For the City of Santa Rosa, look no further than the brand new citywide weather website, srcity.org/weather, your trusted source for real-time weather conditions throughout the city. This new website features information tiles for all 9 weather stations in the city,
Staff wishing to listen in Spanish can join the Spanish channel by clicking on the interpretation icon in the Zoom toolbar. It looks like a globe. If you're on your cell phone or tablet, locate the three dots, tap them lightly, and put a check mark on your preferred language. Click Done to activate and begin the interpretation. Once you join the Spanish channel, we recommend you shut off the main audio so you only hear the Spanish interpretation. Claudia, will you please restate this in Spanish?
Yes. Buenas tardes a todos, bienvenidos para todas las personas que se acaban de unir a esta junta. Interpretación en vivo en español se encuentra disponible para los miembros del público o el personal que desee escucharlo en español. Para unirse en el canal pueden hacer un clic en el icono de interpretación que se encuentra en la barra de Zoom. Se ve como un globo terráqueo. Si se encuentran en su celular, tableta, pueden localizar los 3 puntos, pueden tocarlos ligeramente y poner una palomita en su idioma de preferencia. Favor de hacer un clic donde dice Done o finalizar y de esta manera pueden activar la interpretación. Ya que se unan al canal, recomendamos que cierren el audio principal para que solamente puedan escuchar la interpretación. Muchas gracias. Estamos a sus órdenes. Thank you very much. Back to you.
Welcome back, everyone. The time is 2 o'clock, and we'll call this meeting to order. Madam City Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Rogers. Councilmember MacDonald.
Here.
Councilmember Fleming. Councilmember Banuelos.
Here.
Councilmember Alvarez.
Present.
Vice Mayor Okrepke.
Here.
Mayor Stapp.
Here.
Let the record show that all council members are present with the exception of Councilmember Fleming.
Thank you very much. We will move to our closed session items. We have 4 on the agenda today, items 3.1 through 3.2, and all of them are conferences with our real property negotiator. So with that, we'll open it up to public comment. Are any members of the public here today? Seeing none, we will.
Mr. Mayor, I just
Yes.
wanted to correct that we actually do have 4 items. It's 3.1 through 3.4.
I believe did I say 3.1 through 3.4? Oh, apologies. I'm getting my numbers wrong. All right, 3.1 through 3.4. Seeing no members of the public here, we will close public comment and we'll recess into closed session. right, welcome back, everyone. We're a couple of minutes late, but we'll get going. We will reconvene in open session. Madam City Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Rogers. Present. Councilmember MacDonald.
Here.
Councilmember Fleming.
Here.
Councilmember Banuelos.
Here.
Councilmember Alvarez.
Present.
Vice Mayor Okrepke.
Here.
Mayor Stapp.
Here.
Let the record show that all council members are present.
Thank you very much. I am going to announce that item 4.1 was continued to the March 10th regular meeting, and item 13.3 is continued to the March 24th regular meeting. So just an announcement there. We'll move on to item 6, a report, if any, on our closed sessions. Madam City Attorney?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There's no reportable action taken at today's closed sessions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, we're going to move the order of our next item around a little bit because we have a good group from the community coming out to hear our proclamation on Black History Month, but some of those folks have not yet arrived. So with your permission, we're going to move on to item 7.2, which is our presentation on Sonoma Water's water transmission system capital projects and maintenance update. I think we have David Royal and Kent Gilf. Thank you both for coming out. And the floor is yours.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Some technical assistance. Great. Thank you very much. So, good afternoon, Mayor Stapp and members of the council. Kent Gilfie, Director of Engineering at Sonoma Water. I'm joined by my colleague, David Royal, Assistant General Manager over our operations and maintenance, and we appreciate the opportunity being here again to present updates on some of Sonoma Water's water supply transmission system projects and related maintenance updates, and highlight some of the ways that Sonoma Water's working to maintain the reliability and resiliency of our water transmission system that serves your Santa Rosa community. So we were last here reporting on projects about this time last year, and I'll be giving some status updates on a number of those projects, followed by David's update on some maintenance efforts. We do hope that you find the information helpful ahead of a presentation next month by our finance people on the budgets associated with the water transmission system. So before jumping in, I just do want to acknowledge and thank the city for its leadership in this arena, particularly that of Councilmember Rogers, serving as chair of our WAC, our Water Advisory Committee last year, as well as Jennifer Burke, continuing to chair our Technical Advisory Committee. And we appreciate all the coordination and partnership on water supply issues and working with the city on that front. So moving right in, just quickly, just by way of introduction for anybody who may be a little less familiar with Sonoma Water, we are a wholesale water supplier of some 600,000 residents in Sonoma and Marin counties. Our direct customers are the retail water suppliers or our water contractors that are shown on this slide here, which are many of the cities and the water districts that supply directly to the homes and businesses within our service area. Our primary source of water is the Russian River. It's aided by 2 federally sponsored storage projects at Lake Mendocino and Lake Sonoma, depicted in that graphic on the right. We divert water from the river at our pumping production facility in the Wohler-Mirabel area near Forestville and into our water transmission system, which is crudely depicted up there in the black dotted lines, which serves our water contractors. And Santa Rosa is our single largest direct customer served by our transmission system. So I'll start here with a snapshot of our 2025 active and or completed construction projects. They're ordered here on this list by their contract award date, construction contract award date. This list provides an overview of the current schedule for completion of these various projects along with their awarded contract values. And a few of these projects are completed, and the remainder of them are in active construction and nearing completion in the first half of this year, except for that very last project at Wilford Booster Station that recently awarded. So I'll take a look at some of those, take a look at that list a little bit closer here. First, at the top of the list, we had the Eli Booster Pump Station. It's a project along the Petaluma Aqueduct that comes off the Santa Rosa Aqueduct. It was last being reported last year as being subject to significant procurement delays associated with our electrical gear. 2025 finally saw that gear delivered this past October. There's a picture of it, those lower two photos being brought in to a very constrained site. It's a quite large gear. I highlighted just for it, we awarded this contract in March of 2022. It took 3.5 years for that gear to be delivered. And that is somewhat exceptional, but also somewhat indicative of long lead times we have been encountering on our electrical gear. We're hoping that future improves somewhat. It thus far has been a continuing challenge. This is a FEMA-funded project. It's a resiliency project to replace electrical gear and protect it from flooding near Eli Road in the Pengrove, Petaluma area. We're now scheduled to energize that switchgear this month, and the project's anticipated to be completed in May once we can relocate and elevate the generator at that site. And under our multi-year tank rehabilitation program, reported on that a bit last year too, wherein we are recoating the system's 18 above-grade welded steel storage tanks. In early 2025, we did wrap up the contract for the Cotati 1 and Castagna tanks. They provide a combined 18 million gallons of storage in our system. Work for these two tanks included interior and exterior coatings, replacing and repairing corroded structural elements of the tanks, and a new cathodic or corrosion protection system. Also, the Cotati 3 tank, it's a singular tank of 18 million gallons in capacity. At last report, we had just advertised and awarded the recoating contract in early 2025, so it was out of service for most of the year last year. In addition to that coating work, this contract is also structurally retrofitting the foundation ring of the tank to address the seismic vulnerability. So this tank also had a number of retainer clips that had failed. Those lower two right-hand pictures show the retainer clips that had failed and the beams that had tipped over as a result. So those are structural elements that support the roof. They had failed, but all those have been repaired now. So the exterior coating of that tank is done. The interior coating is primed. It's looking better. That tiny little photo in the upper right, the less attractive tank up there, is now all looking much better. And we are working on the foundation widening scheduled through the end of March, which brings us to completion of the project. In May, we completed the Occidental Well number 3 drilling contract. This is part of our work to complete the rehabilitation of 3 production wells in the Santa Rosa Plain, primarily utilized for drought resiliency. 2 of those 3 wells are the Sebastopol Road well and the Occidental Road well. They are substantially funded with a $6.9 million state drought resiliency grant and include, as part of their rehabilitation, the enhanced functionality to operate as ASR, or aquifer storage and recovery wells, having the capability to recharge groundwater with utilizing the wells and store available winter water for later withdrawal and use. We do recognize the City of Santa Rosa is also exploring ASR for at least one of their wells. At the Occidental Road well, following closeout of the well drilling contract in 2025, the subsequent contract associated with installing the pumping and the piping and all the electrical work, that was awarded last year as well and is completing construction this month, making the well functional for production purposes. There will be pilot testing for the ASR elements implemented later this year, but it's not required under our grant, so that won't happen immediately, but will happen later this year. And at the Sebastopol Road well, the well activation contract was substantially completed this past fall. Those lower 2 right-hand photos kind of show the site there. It's quite a bit of underground work for a very constrained and small site. We appreciate the coordination with city staff related to access on the adjacent property, as well as utilization of the city's recycle water line for some discharge needs associated with construction. At this well, the pilot testing for the ASR elements is required under our grant and is currently underway. The pilot testing involves injection, periods of injection, storage, and then recovery of injected water. It involves extensive water quality testing and groundwater level monitoring, and we're currently nearing the end of that testing. We're in our last recovery period of our second cycle, and that's scheduled to complete this month. Moving quickly here to our corrosion protection on our aqueducts. Our work converting our passive cathodic protection systems to an impressed current system for both the Santa Rosa and the Cotati aqueducts. Our phase 1 project awarded this past July. The contractor is currently procuring materials for that contract, and the contract is scheduled to complete in June of this year. There's a larger phase 2 contract that's currently in design, and we're currently securing the right-of-way and the permits to advertise that in fiscal year 27-28. Finally, on that 2025 list we are looking at, the last project was the Wilford Booster Station located along the Petaluma Aqueduct in Rohnert Park. We are updating outdated electrical equipment, addressing seismic vulnerabilities at the site, and installing a redundant pump set for resiliency. I had mentioned last report that while this station normally operates to pumps to the southern portion of our system, it does have a unique vital role for us in being our only pump station. It allows us to pump north, take advantage of some of the 36 million gallons of storage we have at our Cotati tank farm, to pump towards Santa Rosa or other northern contractors. So it allows us that flexibility and provide benefit in this region. As mentioned, this project was just awarded last month, and it will continue into 2027. So that was our list of 2025 projects. The last slide here, my last slide before David steps in here, is just looking forward in 2026 and other capital projects that are in design, scheduled to advertise in 2026. Those are shown here with just a couple exceptions regarding the advertising. I'll focus on those that are scheduled to advertise over the next few months. So one is the Ralphine #1 tank recoat. It's a 6 million gallon tank located at the upstream end of our Sonoma Aqueduct and our Oakmont pipeline, serving eastern Santa Rosa as well as Sonoma Valley. It's located in the Spring Lake Park. Also our Sonoma tank #2 recoat. It's at the terminal or southern end of our Sonoma Aqueduct. There's also our river diversion structure resiliency improvements, which involves needed pump and motor control center replacements and seismic resiliency improvements for the facility that's located along the Russian River, where our inflatable dam is located, and where we divert water out of the river and pump into the transmission system. And lastly, I'll just highlight that the Warm Springs Dam hydropower project involving electrical upgrades to restore function of the hydroelectric facilities up at Lake Sonoma, the revenue of which do help to moderate water transmission system rate increases. And then there's a couple of projects there that are a little further out that we'll award later this year. One project I didn't manage to get on this list that I reported on last year is our Bennett Valley Fault Crossing project. It's located where our Sonoma Aqueduct and our Oakmont pipelines traverse the Bennett Valley Fault Zone along Montgomery Drive near the Spring Lake. It will replace a seismically vulnerable portion of an existing pipeline that crosses the Bennett Valley Fault Zone. That project is actively designing at about the 90% stage, though we have pushed off construction to pursue FEMA funding in an effort to mitigate rate impacts. So we're currently looking to fund that construction 27-28, and that brings me comfort in view of some of those Bennett Valley earthquake swarms we've seen in the recent months. So that concludes my presentation. I'll hand it over to David.
Thank you, Kent. Mayor Stapp, council members, thank you for the opportunity. I just have a few slides if you want to change that. What I'd like to share with you today is the implementation of our new computer maintenance management system. It's NextGen is the provider, and we started the process back in January of 23. It was a major undertaking for not only our implementation group, but all of our maintenance staff, as we had to update and include all the assets that we manage and all of our facilities. Year one, we focused primarily on our water and wastewater systems. And then in year two, we focused on the remainder of our O&M functions, wrapping up now with our emergency management and safety group. It's been a labor of love for all of our staff, but the benefit of having them all so intimately involved is that they also feel like they have ownership in this system, and therefore they use it heavily. Fortunately, we're able to use field tablets for the use of this system, and so they can in real time update the work that they're conducting in the field and provide us with real time measures for upgraded equipment that needs to be replaced or repaired. Some of the key features include reporting on a variety of our maintenance activities, asset tracking, which will in time assist the development of our asset management program through our engineering group, and we can more efficiently understand the needs of replacement for some of our aging infrastructure. Okay, you can change. So one of the projects that Kent was talking about was the tank maintenance program, as well as the tank recoat program. The benefit of NextGen for these is that not only can we input our field information in real time into NextGen, but our contractors can submit reports. Engineers can then review that data. We can create work orders as soon as that input is made, and then field staff can review and make the repairs quickly. And again, the benefit of having tablets in the field and having it connected to our GIS is that they can do it efficiently without having to come back to the office at the end of the day and upload all the information they've accumulated in the field. And my last slide, I'll be brief. Basically, I mentioned that we've incorporated this through our GIS team so we can include both our linear and vertical assets into NextGen. You can see some of the piping here, that would be our horizontal assets. Field staff can click directly on those assets, get manufacturer's information, maintenance activities, and update in real time the work that they've done on our system. So all in all, I think another benefit is to have upper management buy-in for the implementation of NextGen. It has really demonstrated to staff that we're taking this seriously and that their efforts here will not be in vain, and that we can really use this system to improve not only our maintenance activities, but replacement of our aging infrastructure moving forward. That wraps up our presentation. If there's any questions, I think there might be time for one or two.
Thank you, David and Kent. That was great. Bringing it back to council for questions. I'm seeing head shaking on both sides. All right, I'm gonna ask one. Back to Bennett Valley for a second, the Bennett Valley fault line. So you mentioned that there's going to be a pipeline replacement underneath Montgomery. Did I hear that correctly?
That's correct.
And whereabouts on Montgomery is that taking place?
If you're familiar with our pump station, and the city has a pump station there as well. How else would we describe it? It's near the park, in close proximity to where the park accesses their maintenance yard. The Parks Department accesses the maintenance yard there on Montgomery Drive.
This is the backside of Spring Lake?
Yeah,
I'm trying to figure out.
If Montgomery Drive, if you're considering Montgomery Drive the backside, then.
Is it running parallel to Montgomery? Is it going underneath Montgomery?
Parallel to Montgomery.
Okay, so there won't be an impact on that road traffic, or a significant impact.
There could be traffic impacts that we'll have to address as part of the construction design.
Okay, is there a general time frame for that project?
Awarding in fiscal year 27-28.
Okay.
So we're a ways away from it.
All right. Well, thank you for that. And this is all good news, because as we have discussed on a number of occasions, we discussed it internally with Santa Rosa Water. Sonoma Water has been kind enough to come back and give a number of reports. We know that we've got deferred maintenance left and right in the county. If I may ask a slightly loaded question, we've been paying more as residents for a few years now, and that's going to continue in the years to come, because we have to make up for this backlog for deferred maintenance both in the city and in the county. Are we starting to make some progress, knowing that we have years to go? But with the projects that you're presenting today and the projects that are in preparation, are we starting to make a dent in our deferred maintenance needs?
It's hard to say that we're not making a dent, because we're making significant investment. I will also say we are in the process of developing a long-range master plan right now. It's got a 20-year planning horizon. Between natural hazard reliability issues and climate adaptive type issues alone, we already know there's quite a load of work still to do. Condition-based and regulatory-based issues are really being looked at. So I do expect there will continue to be substantial investments required moving into the future. But we are, with like what we're seeing with the tank rehab, that is an $80 million 10-year program. Hopefully we're showing here that we're making progress on that, but there is significant more work that lies ahead.
We know it well, so thank you for your efforts. And it's important to underline that not only are we doing things on the maintenance front, but on the innovation front as well. The Aquifer Recharge Program, with the pilot programs that you highlighted, that both the city and the county are engaged with, that's potentially long-term good news for the community, if allowing us to store additional water without creating a new reservoir, giving ourselves more water resilience. So everyone, or a lot of people, are waiting eagerly to see the results of those pilot projects. Thank you for highlighting those.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Any other questions from council? Seeing none, we'll open up to public comment. Would any members of the public like to make a comment on this presentation? Seeing none, we will close public comment, and I will thank you both for taking the time and present. Oh, please, Ms. Rogers.
Thank you for being here. I would like to say, I know in the past we have definitely asked that you guys, we hold you guys accountable for raising the rates for our residents, and please let us know what it is that you're doing in the community. So I was very pleased and happy to see this presentation, and that we didn't have the hard questions for you this time, because we feel like you're being forthcoming with everything that's going on. So transparency definitely is key, and I feel like we're working great together, and I'd like to see that continue on as we continue to take care of all these maintenance requests that we know we have to do, both you guys and we also have the same. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And again, thank you both for taking the time to come out today.
Thanks.
All right, with that, we will pop back up to item 7.1, our proclamation concerning Black History Month. Ms. Rogers, may I turn this over to you?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. Whereas every February, Americans honor the rich history and contributions of Black Americans who have shaped our nation in countless ways through centuries of struggle and triumph. Whereas Black History Month was first proposed by scholar Dr. Carter G. Woodson in 1926 to lift the Black experience with a fuller telling of America's story. And whereas in 1976, as part of the nation's bicentennial, President Gerald Ford decreed Black History Month, African American History Month, a national observance, stating, "We can seize the opportunity to honor the too often neglected accomplishments of Black Americans in every area of endeavor throughout our history." And whereas for 2026, the theme for Black History Month is a century of Black history commemorations, marking 100 years since Dr. Woodson first established this recognition and underscoring the enduring importance of remembrance, education, and collective reflection. And whereas the City of Santa Rosa recognizes that our community is enriched by Black residents, families, leaders, educators, artists, entrepreneurs, and advocates who contribute to the cultural vibrancy, civic strength, and shared progress of our city. And whereas, by recognizing Black History Month, a century of Black history commemorations, the City of Santa Rosa reaffirms its commitment to uplift all residents, foster a community where learning, belonging, and mutual respect are central to our identity, and cultivate a future rooted in shared understanding and unity. Now, therefore, it be resolved that our mayor, Mark Stapp, on behalf of the entire City Council, do hereby recognize February 2026 as National Black History Month, a century of Black history commemorations. Thank you.
A few words of thanks before we get into the additional remarks. I want to thank our city manager, Lori Ann Farrell, for making sure this was on our agenda today. And I want to thank the community groups, so many community groups, for coming out today. Unless I miss my guess, we've got the North Bay Black Chamber, we've got 100 Black Men, we've got Community Equity Foundation, we got NAACP, the Santa Rosa Sonoma County branch, and good representatives from each of those groups. So thank you for taking the time to come out on a rainy day. We're going to go now to a few remarks, and then we're going to invite everyone who wants to come down for a photo after the end of the remarks. Again, this is always a fun moment for our council, so we're glad so many people came out today. And with that, Nancy from the North Bay Black Chamber, I'm gonna kick it over to you. The floor is yours. Thanks for coming out today.
All right, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Nancy Rogers, President of the North Bay Black Chamber of Commerce and the Entrepreneurs of Tomorrow Foundation. On behalf of our members and the community we serve, I want to sincerely thank you for presenting us with this proclamation in honor of Black History Month. We truly appreciate your recognition and support. It means a great deal to us to know that our city stands with us, especially at a time when in some parts of our country, there are efforts to erase or diminish Black history. Your actions show that this city values truth, inclusion, and the contribution of Black Americans, past and present. Black history is American history, and when we stand together as a team, united in respect and purpose, we will continue to succeed no matter what challenges come before us. Thank you again for your leadership and your commitment in our entire community.
Nancy, thank you. And Ruben Scott, last year's Santa Rosa Merit Award winner. Are you up next?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. I want to say thank you. Thank you for all your efforts in the community. I once again have to say, being part of the Black community here in Sonoma County, at times it's a struggle for visibility, to be seen, to have support. I don't want to sound redundant, but it is a struggle to even know who's your partner, who's on your side. And when we're in the community and we're doing work, it's beautiful to look over and see Councilmember Diana McDonald helping and assisting, just like Natalie Rogers in the trenches on our beautiful events like A Day On, Not a Day Off. Once again, it's beautiful to see Eddie Alvarez, always in the community. Your job in the community has always been a steward, and you're also a leader as well. So I got to say thank you. Our job in the community is to be visible and to be strong and to make sure that our culture is seen. And I thank you for all partnering with us on those journeys and that adventure. Santa Rosa has been beautiful. For me, we have a lot of events, the Juneteenth, and then we also have an event coming up in Santa Rosa called the Black Joy Parade. So please look forward to that. Please come out, continue to support us. We need the partnerships in our community, and you guys have given it to us. You guys have given us the strength in order to allow us to go ahead and move forward. And together we have continued to move forward. So thank you for being a part of us as we are a part of this community.
Ruben, thank you. Arthur Cheney of 100 Black Men and Sonoma State University.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council, and glad to see everyone join us here today. I want to thank you for the proclamation acknowledgement, and I just want to say simply that this chapter's been around for 35 years now, and we appreciate the proclamation, but more importantly, we want you to continue doing the best things for the city, for the residents and the city government of Santa Rosa. Thank you very much.
Arthur, thank you. All right, we will open this up to public comment, and then we'll take a photo. Are there any members of the public here today who would like to say a few words? If so, make your way to either one of the podiums. I'm seeing no one moving, so let's close public comment, and we'll invite anyone who wants to be part of the photo to come down in the front here, and we'll snap a picture.
I will let you do what you normally do.
Thanks again to all the community organizations that came out today. Great photos. All right, with that, we are going to move on then to item 9, our city manager and city attorney's reports. Madam City Manager, any reports this evening?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Good evening, everyone. I just have a couple of reports this evening. The first is that the city has launched a brief 5-question community survey to gather input on the selection of the city's next city manager. We're asking community members to share what qualities they would like to see in this person and what the city council should consider when hiring the next city manager. The survey is available in English and Spanish and can be found on the city's Facebook page and in the news section of the city's website. The survey will remain open through March 9th at midnight, and community feedback is an important part of this process, so we urge all community members to please participate in the survey. My second update is that Sonoma County Restaurant Week is underway right now. Throughout this week, participating restaurants are offering special a la carte and set menu options for lunch and dinner. The reason I'm grinning so heavily is because I love the food in Santa Rosa and the surrounding cities and have made quite a dent in all of our restaurants. This annual event provides a delicious opportunity to support the local economy by visiting your favorite restaurants or trying new ones. More information, including participating locations, are available at SOCO, that's SOCO, restaurantweek.org. My next update is now's the time to sign up for after-school programs and low-cost or free activities happening this spring and summer for underserved youth and families. These opportunities are offered through Neighborhood Services and the Violence Prevention Partnership. Learn more at srcity.org/neighborhood services. So if you're in need of summer programs for your children, please avail yourself. And then last but not least, we are now taking applications for the Cal Home Mobile Home Rehabilitation Loan Program. The program offers affordable loans up to $50,000 for low-income residents to fix health and safety issues in their owner-occupied mobile homes. So please apply at srcity.org/mobile home rehab loans or call our Housing and Community Services Department at 707-543-3300, option 6. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam City Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a brief litigation report for the month of January. There were no settlements previously authorized by council in closed session that were finalized in January. In terms of ongoing litigation, our caseload remains at 33 current litigation matters, with trial dates assigned to approximately a quarter of those matters. We currently have 4 cases on appeal following rulings in favor of the city at the trial court level, and as always, we continue to try to resolve smaller cases at little or no cost to the city. That's the end of my report.
Thank you very much. We'll go to public comment. Would any members of the public like to comment on either of those reports? Seeing none, we'll close public comment and we'll move on to item 10, statements of abstention or recusal by council members. Are there any statements of abstention or recusal this evening? Seeing none, we'll move on to mayor and council members' reports. I will note that we have 20 minutes to get to 5 o'clock in our public hearing. So for those of us who like to hold forth, now is your moment to shine. We have plenty of time. Having said that, who would like to make any reports this evening? Ms. Fleming, kick us off.
Thank you. I just wanted to put a plug out that after years of working on the transit-oriented communities policy, that tomorrow the Metropolitan Transportation Commission will be hearing this item for the final time, God willing, and that if anybody's interested in continuing to see good urban policy and climate policy be implemented, you can watch this on Zoom, and you can also comment via Zoom. And the website for this is bayareametro.gov.
Thank you. Any other members of council with reports? Today of all days, we're being terse. All right, fine. I'll buy some time here. We did have a long-term finance subcommittee meeting a couple of weeks ago. We looked in detail at our fire budget, our Santa Rosa fire budget, and our city communications team budget. As has been mentioned in the past, we are working through all of the city departments on the long-term finance subcommittee, getting a bit more granular into what goes into our different department budgets. It's been a good experience, I think, for everyone on the committee, and it will very much play into our extended conversations this spring on the larger city budget. I also attended the most recent Zero Waste Board meeting where we did a budget review and approval. On a very happy note, and I'm surprised my colleagues did not note this, we had the opening for Dutch Floor Neighborhood Park on Saturday. A very well-attended opening. Thank you very much to our Parks Department and our Community Engagement Office. We must have had, 50, 60 people out there, a lot of kids to celebrate that neighborhood park, and great attendance from Santa Rosa Police. Special thanks to Chief Cregan and the officers, the 7 or 8 officers who came out to honor the fact that park is named after Dutch Floor, who was police chief in Santa Rosa for 34 years. So a really nice moment for the city, and the first of multiple parks renovations or parks openings in the coming years. Stay tuned, folks. There's a lot of good news on the parks front coming up. Thank you very much to our Transportation and Public Works Department, Dan Hennessy. And then 2 different Sonoma County mayor and council members meetings in recent weeks. The Legislative Committee met last week. We got legislative updates from our state lobbyist. It's a busy time in Sacramento right now. Lots of bills being put forward, and they are being tracked for their relevance to all the cities in Sonoma County. No significant updates today, but just know that we are paying attention to what's going on in Sacramento. And then we had a full Sonoma County mayor and council members board and general members meeting in Cotati last week, where a few of us attended, and the main focus at that meeting was actually the Sonoma County crisis response. So whether we're talking about natural disasters, whether we're talking about immigration enforcement, we had representatives from the county, including the county administrator, Christina Rivera, talking about the steps that the county is taking in cooperation with the city to make sure that our community is prepared for any crises that might emerge in the near future. And that concludes my report. We will go to public comment. Would any members of the public like to make comment on anything they've heard from our mayor and council members' reports? Seeing none, we will close public comment, and we'll move on to our approval of minutes. We have 1 set of minutes, the February 10th, 2026 regular meeting minutes. Are there any edits to those minutes? Looking to my colleagues. Seeing none, we'll go to public comment. Would any members of the public like to comment on those minutes? For the record, I think we've only had one public comment ever on minutes during my tenure on council, but I always look forward to seeing if anybody steps forward. All right, we'll close public comment, and we will adopt the minutes as submitted. Which brings us then to our consent items. We've got, let's see, item 13.3 is being continued to the March 24th regular meeting. So we have 4 items on consent today, 13.1, 13.2, 13.4, and 13.5. Looking to my colleagues, any questions on any of those items? Seeing none, we'll go to public comment. Would any members of the public like to comment on any of the consent calendar items? Seeing none, we'll close public comment, and I will bring it back to Vice Mayor Okrepkie for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will move an adoption of consent items 13.1, 13.2, 13.4, 13.5, and 13.3 being continued.
Second.
We have a motion and a second by Ms. Rogers. Madam City Clerk, we can call the vote whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Rogers. Councilmember McDonald.
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming.
Yes.
Councilmember Banuelos.
Yes.
Councilmember Alvarez.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Okrepkie.
Aye.
Mayor Stepp.
Yes.
Let the record show this passes unanimously.
All right, thank you very much. We have bought ourselves a 15-minute break. We cannot start with any of our next items until 5 o'clock, so we will recess for the moment, and we will reconvene at 5 o'clock. Thank you, everyone. All right, welcome back, everyone. Thank you for your patience. Time is now officially 5 o'clock, so we can reconvene into open session. Madam City Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Rogers.
Present.
Councilmember McDonald.
Here.
Councilmember Fleming.
Here.
Councilmember Banuelos.
Here.
Councilmember Alvarez.
Here.
Vice Mayor Okrepke.
Here.
Mayor Stapp.
Here.
Let the record show all council members are present.
Thank you very much. All right, before we get into our main items for the evening, we're going to do our first public comment on non-agenda matters. So this is the public comment session for items not listed on the agenda, not the Lago Fresca, which I know so many of you are here for. Would any members of the public like to speak? All right, I see Janice moving to the podium. If any other members of the public would like to speak on items not listed on the agenda, please make your way to both podiums or to one of the podiums right now so we can get through this quickly. Janice, go ahead.
Janice Carmen here, and I'm glad to see the turnout that's here for Lagos Frescas. Anyway, I just want to comment on the organizational meetings of recent, and I've spoken at a different meeting about it, but last week there was a planning commission meeting, a finance meeting, they overlapped, that's not the first time, and the mayoral meeting down in Cotati, and whoever is doing the meeting arrangements and schedules, I think there should be time allowed, like I don't mind going to 3 meetings or 5 meetings a day, but I don't want them to overlap and have to leave one and make a choice between what I want to hear or if it's going to finish before I can get to the next one. And I do attend a lot of the meetings here. I've been very involved with the city, and I don't know who does the meeting agenda calendar, but I'd just like to say that please be on notice that this is going on and that it should be correctable. Thank you.
Janice, thank you very much. Would any other members of the public like to speak on items not listed on the agenda? I don't see anyone making their way to the podium. All right, so we will close public comment on non-agenda matters, and we will go to the item that is the reason that so many of you are here. Item 16.1, our public hearing on the Lago Fresca Apartments appeal. All right, and we're gonna follow an official order for this session. That's a little different than usual, or a little different than our typical city council session. It's going to be an official public hearing, and we're going to begin with ex parte disclosures by the council. So I'm going to look to my fellow members. Are there any ex parte disclosures? Ms. McDonald, you may begin.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to make sure that I disclose an ex parte communication with the applicant about the project, and all the information that you were provided in the reports are the same information that I got during that same meeting.
Ms. Banuelos.
Thank you, Mayor. Let's see. I went and looked at the property. I also spoke with my appointee to the Planning Commission, and I also spoke with the developer as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Back to you, Ms. McDonald.
Sorry about that. Thank you for the reminder, Caroline. I also went to the property and checked the property and drove down Hohen a couple different times to check the in and out entrance on my own.
Thank you. Ms. Rogers.
Ex parte, I spoke to the applicant.
Thank you. Mr. Alvarez.
Visited the property, spoke with the applicant, and also spoke with community members.
Thank you. Ms. Fleming.
I have nothing to disclose, no ex parte communications.
Thank you. Vice Mayor.
I visited the site and have nothing further to disclose.
Thank you. And for my disclosures, I spoke to the applicant. I live 3/4 of a mile down from the site. This is my neighborhood. It's on my wife's commute path. I drive this multiple times a week, so I'm very familiar with the site. I was also formerly an SAY board member. And I also spoke with the executive director of the Redwood Gospel Mission, which of course is also on the site as well. So suffice it to say that I've been paying a lot of attention to this site for a number of years. Oh, and I was also on design review until 2022, when an earlier version of this project came before the design review committee, and so I reviewed it at that time as well. All right, so that concludes the ex parte disclosures. We're going to go now to a 5-minute staff presentation by Monet Shikreli. Monet.
So the presentation is more than 5 minutes.
More than 5 minutes. Yes. The floor is yours, Monet.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. The project before you is the appeal of the Lago Fresca project. The project is proposing a development of a 50-unit residential development, which includes 4 deed-restricted affordable units for very low income. It provides 63 parking spaces on site, and it also has qualified for a density bonus, consistent with the state density bonus law. Here is where the site is located, shown within the yellow border. It's at the corner of Hohen Avenue and Summerfield Road. Here is the project site plan showing 4 proposed building, and the driveway is located on Hohen Avenue. Also, as a part of this project, a crosswalk with enhanced warning devices will be installed on Hohen Avenue. The project site is zoned office commercial, and multifamily residential uses are permitted to approval of a major conditional use permit. A brief project background or history. A neighborhood meeting was held in September 2021, and the concept design review in March of 2022, and the application was submitted in August of 2022. A density bonus was approved last year in November, and on December 11, the Planning Commission approved the major conditional use permit, and a week later, our Design Review and Preservation Board approved the design review of this project. And on December 19, we received application appealing both those decisions. So I'm going to go over the grounds for appeal. This is a long portion, bear with me. So I will provide also staff responses. First ground for appeal. The appellant states that the traffic study used for this project was conducted in 2021 during the COVID pandemic era, and it does not reflect current traffic or parking demand on Hohen Avenue. So staff response is that the traffic counts were collected in February 2019, and they were provided by the city. And the city council adopted a local pandemic emergency on March of 2020, almost a year after the report was provided. And the city traffic engineering staff also has confirmed that traffic counts on Hohen Avenue have decreased by 3,000 from 2019 to 2024. As such, the traffic analysis from 2021 is still valid. Another ground for appeal is that the appellant indicates that parking is not sufficient for the project, and the street parking assumption is inaccurate. So staff response is that the site is providing 63 parking spaces on site, plus there are approximately about 52 parking spaces on Hohen Avenue. And because this project is including 4 affordable units, it's eligible for the density bonus under the state law, which allows the applicant or any developer for request parking reduction beyond what our zoning code allows. And based on the traffic study and state density bonus law, the information remains valid regarding parking, and there has been no evidence of safety impacts as a result of the proposed parking. Also, the appellant says that the traffic study relies on 2017 to 2022 collision data and fails to include a serious incident that happened in 2023 on Hohen Avenue near Sierra Creeks Lane crosswalk, where 2 young pedestrians unfortunately were struck. So staff response is that the traffic study only focused on the intersection of Hohen Avenue and Summerfield Road because that's within the study area. And the Sierra Creek Lane is a minor street. That's why it was not included in the study area. And since those 2 incidents that happened in 2023, that crosswalk on Hohen Avenue has been updated, and a rectangular rapid flashing beacon has been installed, the warning devices. Also, the applicant has provided updated collision data from 2020 to 2024, showing that crash rates on Hohen Avenue and Summerfield Road are below the state average. The study has also looked at the road segment between Yulupa Avenue and Summerfield Road, which has a crash rate lower than the statewide average for comparable 3-lane roads. This means that while overall crashes and fatalities are below average, the injury rate is above the average, indicating fewer crashes overall, but a higher proportion resulting in injuries. The next ground for appeal is that the appellant indicates that traffic patterns has increased since the merging of Slater School into Montgomery School, and this change has not been included in the traffic study. So staff response is that the city traffic currently doesn't have the volume for traffic from 2025. However, the closure of Slater School, which had 577 enrollment students, is not expected to significantly impact traffic along Hohen Avenue. And as I mentioned, there is about 3,000 counts of the traffic that has increased from 2019 to 2024. The next ground for appeal is that the appellant claims the lack of residents and visitor parking spaces would increase collision risk, and it will spill parking into nearby businesses and residential streets, and that the proposed crosswalk will not prevent unsafe pedestrian jaywalking or unsafe pedestrian behavior. So staff response is that the projects provide a designated short-term loading space for deliveries and services. And as I mentioned previously, because this project is providing affordable units, it is eligible for the state density bonus. And the developer or the applicant can request for a parking reduction beyond what our zoning code allows. And this is consistent with the state's goal for production of affordable housing. And when it comes to the jaywalking, the pedestrians are having right to cross anywhere outside of the crosswalk, and unless it is specifically prohibited. So staff have not received any evidence of safety impacts as a result of the proposed project. Another ground for appeal is that the appellant states that the developer has not given any consideration to the safety of the pedestrian or bike entering or exiting through the driveway on Hohen Avenue. So staff response is that the city's traffic department reviewed the traffic study and found that the site access is safe for drivers, pedestrians, and bicyclists. The traffic study, has looked closely at side distance along Hohen Avenue and confirmed that it exceeds the Caltrans requirement for a 35-mile-per-hour road. In fact, drivers will have more than enough visibility in both directions at the project driveway. Also, the project is within a walking distance from a bus stop on Summerfield Road, and there's bus route 18 on Hohen Avenue. And to improve the safety or pedestrian crossing on the street, as I mentioned, a crosswalk with rectangular rapid flashing beacons will be installed on Hohen Avenue about 300 feet from the Summerfield intersections. And the next ground for appeal is that the appellant is concerned that residents will face safety risks by having to cross 2 lanes to turn west from the proposed driveway. The appellant states that when the drivers slow down to enter the property at 4750 Hohen Avenue, this is the property right located on the corner, says that the drivers behind often mistakenly assume that they will turn south into Summerfield Road. And the concern is that the proposed driveway is too close to the driver on the adjacent property and will worsen the existing near collision issues. So staff response is that the project provided traffic study has analyzed the side distance for the project driveway and confirmed that side distance is sufficient in both directions for the proposed speed limit based on the traffic study. This project will provide a small number of trips, about 19 during the morning peak hour and about 20 during the evening hour. As such, there is no evidence that the project would impact safety as a result of the proposed driveway. And the next ground for appeal is that the appellant says that the project does not align with the intent of the density bonus law, which is meant for areas with major public transportation and job access, as the site has only one bus stop that runs hourly. Also, the appellant raises concerns about the existing bike lanes, that they are not safe and poorly connected. So staff response is that the project doesn't have to be near a major bus stop or transit or office commercial centers. The state density bonus law allows it anywhere within the city, and the applicant can qualify for a density bonus as long as affordable housing is provided. And regarding the unsafe bike lanes, the issue with the bike lanes is not caused by this project. The applicant is only responsible for the improvement along their property. And lastly, the appellant raises concerns about the fire evacuation that are chaotic and unpredictable, and relying on controlled traffic signals isn't realistic, especially since power often goes out. As such, evacuating 200 residents from the complex is going to be unsafe. So as council may know, critical intersections for large evacuations are now equipped with backup power to ensure functionality during emergencies. The traffic signals are actively managed by transportation and public works staff in coordination with Santa Rosa Police, Fire, and Emergency Management. While there was significant congestion during the 2017 wildfires, much of that was due to residents evacuating before formal evacuation zones were established. And since 2017, the city has implemented substantial improvements. During the glass fire in 2020, the majority of East Santa Rosa was successfully evacuated, reflecting those enhancements. The city continues to enhance its alert system and conduct annual training on phase evacuation procedures to improve emergency response capabilities. So those were the grounds for appeal. And lastly, the project has been reviewed in compliance with the Environmental Quality Act, and it qualifies for an infill exemption under Section 15332. And with that, it is recommended by the Planning Commission and the Design Review and Preservation Board and the Planning and Economic Development Department that canceled by 2 resolutions. 1, deny the appeal and uphold the Planning Commission's approval of the conditional use permit, and 2, deny the appeal and uphold the Design Review and Preservation Board's approval of the design review for the Lago Fresco project located at 4744 Hohen Avenue. And that concludes staff presentation. I'm available for questions. The appellant and applicant both have PowerPoints to present their cases.
Monet, thank you very much. We're going to bring it back to council for questions, but before we do that, we've got a very full house tonight, and we do need to keep the doorways clear and the walkways clear. We do have open chairs. If you're willing to take a chair and free up the walkways in the back, that's helpful. If you are going to stand in the back because you're going to make comment, if you can please stay against the walls and stay out of the walkways and stay out of the doorways. Thank you very much for your consideration. Bringing it back to council for some questions. Vice Mayor, you want to kick us off?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My first question is, if I recall correctly, there is 1 traffic study, but 2 sets of traffic data that were used in this in 2019 and 24. Is that correct?
So the data was collected in 2019, that's correct. And in 2021, the applicant, when submitted application, 2022, included a traffic report, but traffic report has been updated in 2024. But the data about the traffic volume was collected in 2019.
Okay. Can you go into a little bit of detail on the difference between the new data and the old data?
Well, Mike, maybe?
Yeah. Yes, we have Mike Van Mitty from our Traffic Engineering Division here to help with that.
Hi, Mayor and council members. Mike Van Mitty, Acting Deputy Director of Traffic Engineering. We collected data. This is part of our annual count contract. Originally, it was used, the the study did collected or used the data that we collected from 2019. They subsequently looked at the same study with the data from 2024. The 2024 data for the segment of Hohen between Yalupa and Summerfield showed roughly 3,000 fewer cars. The turning movement counts, there's a lot more information associated with that, and that is reflected in the update from WTrans.
Okay, and can you just let me know a little bit about the time period of both how long the data was collected for, what time of year, week, any of that?
So it's always collected while school is in session on a Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday. It so happened that the data was on Tuesday during both counts. This is 24-hour average daily traffic counts, so that counts all the vehicles on the road, in this case on Hohen, going in both directions. So it's a cumulative traffic study.
Okay, so just trying to distill it down, that means from 2019 to 2024, using the same day of the week in a 24-hour period, there was 3,000 less trips accounted for?
Correct.
Okay. My next question is not for traffic. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. I'm sure there will be more traffic questions, so don't race back to your seat yet. The project includes very low income units which qualify for a state density bonus. Can you walk us through what we as a council are legally allowed to do in terms of declining this appeal or modifying the project?
Yes, thank you for that question, Vice Mayor. So Jessica Jones, Deputy Director of Planning. So yes, the project does qualify for a state density bonus, which includes increased density plus various concessions and incentives from our regular zoning regulations. So in California, a local agency can only deny a requested density bonus, incentive, or concession by making a written finding based on substantial evidence that the request does not result in actual cost reductions, has an adverse impact on health, safety, or historic resources with no feasible mitigation, or is contrary to state and federal law.
Would you happen to have an example offhand of what that would include?
So, generally speaking, what we would be looking for are safety impacts, and we would have to have some sort of, like you said, substantial evidence of that. All of the evidence that has been provided to us through the technical reports that have been provided for the project, that have been reviewed by our traffic engineering, by our fire department, by all our internal departments. They've been verified that they are accurate, have stated that there is no safety impact for this project. And to date, we do not have any evidence provided by anybody else identifying any safety impact.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. McDonald.
Thank you. Just a follow-up from Vice Mayor's question. So if you're saying that all of our reports show that there's not any of the impacts, what are the ramifications of the city actually denying a project like this if they have qualified for the density bonus through the state law?
So we would have to identify what the safety impact is to substantiate a grounds for denial. If the city were to adopt a resolution of denial without that information, very likely we would be contacted by the state HCD, Housing and Community Development, and there would be challenges to that action.
And when you say the HCD from the state would challenge us, what would that mean to the city? How does that work?
So I might bring our legal expert down for this. Ashley Crocker from our city attorney's office can help out with this.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor. Ashley Crocker, Assistant City Attorney. I wanted to address a couple of your questions, if I may. One of the questions you had asked is, I think, pertained to what is substantial evidence. And substantial evidence is objective facts, reasonable inferences drawn from facts, expert opinions supported by facts. It is not argument, speculation, or unsubstantiated opinion. And an example of substantial evidence in this case would, for example, be a traffic engineering report showing that the project creates documented collision risk. So that would be an example of substantial evidence. If we were to conclude that to deny the density bonus or deny the concessions, again, we would have to point to substantial evidence that shows a health and safety risk. And I wanted to point out in this case, it's that the city is mandated to grant the concession and the waiver unless you make the written findings, as noted by Ms. Jones, based on substantial evidence that the concession or waiver, in this case, we're focusing on would have a specific adverse impact on health and safety. And the concessions and waivers that are at issue are the location of the affordable units and the parking reduction are the concessions. So we would have to show, based upon substantial evidence, that the location of the affordable units and the parking reduction would result in a specific adverse impact on health and safety. And I wanted to note that a specific adverse impact is a significant, quantifiable, direct, and unavoidable impact based on objective, identified, written public health or safety standards, policies, or conditions as they existed on the date the application was deemed complete. It is the intent of the legislator that the conditions would have a specific adverse impact would arise infrequently. So this is supposed to be the exception rather than the rule. And then I wanted to move on to waivers. The waivers at issue are the building height, the front setbacks, the covered parking, and parking width. So in order to deny a waiver, the city would have to find that those waivers, the height, setbacks, and parking, would cause a public health or safety issue or an environmental issue. And again, that's looking to substantial evidence such as things like a traffic engineering report or perhaps a fire marshal's report. And then in terms of legal risk, I also wanted to point out that this project is subject to the Housing Accountability Act, separate and apart from density bonus law. And under the Housing Accountability Act, if a housing development project meets all objective standards, and in this case, staff has determined that it has, except for those that are lawfully modified by the density bonus that we just discussed, that project cannot be denied. And importantly, conditions cannot be imposed that force that project to be developed at a lower density unless the city makes written findings. And in this case, those findings have to be supported by a preponderance of the evidence, not substantial evidence, that a specific adverse impact on the public health or safety would result and mitigation of the adverse impact is not possible. So that's a pretty high burden, and I'm very thankful that you guys asked the question. I think it's important as we get into this hearing to really frame the context. The state has imposed a lot of restrictions that in many regards restricts the city's discretion in a number of these areas, in particular the density bonus. And then I just wanted to bring back around the Housing Accountability Act, which is extremely important to keep in mind when we're looking at a housing development such as this one. I hope that answered your question.
That was a great answer, and a briefing on the law. So I think the thing for me is what I'm hearing from staff is there's no way for us to substantiate evidence if there was some type of denial of this project, and that the state laws supersede anything we might even want locally because of the way that it's written, as long as they meet the certain criteria. Is that what I'm understanding from what you just gave us, Ashley?
I would say yes, in large part, and tonight at the, throughout the process of the hearing, you will be listening to members of the public and keeping an ear out for substantial evidence or preponderance of the evidence. To date, from what I have seen, I have not seen anything submitted in writing or in oral comments delivered at the Planning Commission that would rise to the level of substantial evidence to overturn a density bonus concession or waiver, or to rise to the level of a preponderance of the evidence to overturn a Housing Accountability Act project.
Thank you. Can you walk me through how we go from, I believe it was maybe a proposed 38 units to 50 unit increase of the housing? Jessica, would you be able to go through some of that, of how they were able to increase what originally was planned to this?
So for that, I'm going to hand it over to our project planner, Monet.
Okay.
Okay, I will go over this. So the project site is zoned office commercial, which allows 35 units per acre. The total lot size is 1.31, which would give them about 39 units. When it comes to affordability, when you have a 39.3 units, the number will be rounded up. So they will get 40 units. And because they are providing 4 units, which is 10% increase, they can go up to 55 units, but they kept it to 50 units. So because that 4 units, they can get 10% increase. And every number with the like a point something can be rounded up. That's how they are getting more units than what they can have. So instead of 39 units, they can get 55, but they are keeping it to 50.
Okay, so just so I'm clear, when they added the 4 very low units, they were able to increase the project up to 55 units, but this developer still stayed at 50. But by them doing the density housing law, then they're able to go all the way up to 55 because of those 4 very low units.
I should said 53, sorry, 53 units.
Okay, but they kept it at 50. But it
Yes.
was because of that law that allowed them to increase it, even though our zoning maybe was giving them something else.
Correct.
Okay.
So just one thing, the
No, please do.
10% density would give them, the 10% affordable housing would give them 32.5% increase.
Okay, so it would have given them a 32.5% increase
of the 40 units.
Of the 4 units, which would have equaled out to be, you said?
13 units additional.
13
units.
13 units.
On top of the 40.
On top of the 40, which got them to 53. Okay, that was complex math to do right here on the day, so I appreciate you walking me through that. And then can you walk me through how we went from 109 spaces down to the 63? I'm assuming it's under the same law, but I just think it's important for everybody to understand because that seems to also be a large concern is the parking along Hohen and not actually being in the complex.
So per our zoning code, for 50 units with the number of bedrooms that is provided, the applicant would need to provide 109 parking spaces. But because they are providing affordable units, they have 2 options. They can even go with the density bonus. Density bonus has different parking requirement. It's less than the city. So with that, they would need to provide 72 parking spaces. However, the applicant can request for an additional reduction beyond what the density bonus allows, and it can be done through incentives. When they provide affordable housing for 10% very low income, they can get 2 incentives. So those 2 incentives, one is request for a parking reduction, and one was to place the affordable units into one building.
And those are both based on state laws.
Correct.
And imposed on local
Correct.
jurisdictions of how many parking spaces we can even demand of a development. We've seen that around the city as well, correct?
Yep.
Okay. Can you tell me, I've had a question about how do we have 4 units when actually it would be 5 would be 10% of 50? How come only 4 are having to be very low income?
So you would go with the base density. So the base density is 39.3, which will round it up to 40. So 10% of the 40 is 4 units.
Thank you. Thank you for the clarification on that. How does it work? One of the questions I had given to me was the entrance over off of Summerfield, because there's only an entrance right now off of Hohen. That's all that was required. But we know that there's a driveway there that used to go to Warwick Hospital in the former SAY building. How does that work when that was actually available? Is it because it's private property and private property, the city has no jurisdiction over it? Or how does that work for safety?
So I think the intent was to prevent additional cars going through the intersection of Hohen and Summerfield. So if we allowed vehicles to enter and exit on Summerfield, most likely many of them would go through the intersection of Hohen and Summerfield. So by only having the driveway entrance on Hohen, you can prevent at least some of those trips from going through the intersection of Hohen and Summerfield.
Okay. So it wasn't necessarily that the property owner wouldn't allow that entrance. It was really through the city that we decided the other way is safer for visibility.
It's intersection operational. It's related to improving operations at the intersection, or at least not decreasing operations at the intersection as much.
Okay, and I know, Ashley, you walked us through how the law actually works, but I didn't quite hear the consequences that could be imposed on the city if it was to deny the project. Like, do they put us in jail? What does the state do to us when we deny what they're trying to have in their law? I think that's important for everybody to know, including council, what happens.
Thank you. I would say we would be subject to potential claims for violating the state density bonus law and the State Housing Accountability Act. There are various, I think there could be a writ in overturning the decision. Also, there are fines that could be imposed specifically under the Housing Accountability Act. I don't have those at my fingertips, but there are definitely fines and I believe potential actions from HCD. So we would probably get notified from them fairly quickly.
I know we've received the pro-housing, I'm sorry, what is it called? The pro-housing designation. What happens if we deny something like this? What happens to that designation and what do we get by having that designation?
So our current pro-housing designation is valid through the end of this calendar year. So we are gearing up for the next round of pro-housing designation. So it's a conversation that certainly we would be having with HCD, and I imagine that it would have an impact on a potential next round of pro-housing designation.
Does that cost us money and funding for projects, or what does it actually do to get the title?
So the pro-housing designation primarily provides opportunity for funding for our housing and community services for housing development here in Santa Rosa. And so without having that designation, it puts us at a disadvantage for that funding.
Okay, I understand that this was zoned commercial, but can you walk me through how our commercial zoning allows for multifamily use and how did that zoning change?
So yes, so the designation is for office commercial, and I'm not sure if Monet was able to find out when the designation was put in place, but the site has been designated office for quite some time. The office commercial zoning district allows for multifamily residential with the approval of a major conditional use permit, as Monet mentioned in her presentation, and that requirement for a major conditional use permit in office for multifamily has been in our code since about 2004 when the code was last comprehensively updated.
I think that's the majority of my questions that were technical. I appreciate all the concerns from the community that helped me to learn more about this process, and I really appreciate all the feedback from staff tonight as well as when I've been seeking information about this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms.
And
McDonald.
may I just one more thing for Councilmember McDonald and for you all. I just did happen to look up on the violations. In addition to HCD, the violation would be reported to the Office of the Attorney General, who could file a petition against the city. And in addition, the remedies could be a court compelling compliance with the Housing Accountability Act within 60 days. That would require the city to take action on the housing development during that time period, so it would come back to you. So there are a whole host of remedies and violations that the city could be looking at.
Thank you. That's great to have that information. Thanks.
Thank you. And actually, Ms. Crocker, just to put that in layman's terms before you head back, so what you just summarized meant that if potentially, if the city attempted to deny an appeal without substantive reason for doing so, that we would be fined, we would incur legal fees, and we'd ultimately be compelled to build a project anyway. Is that a fair summary?
The project would come back before you for consideration again, yes, under the guidance of the Housing Accountability Act.
Perfect.
Correct.
Thank you. Thank you for underlining that. And those are important facts for everyone to keep in mind. Looking to council for other questions. So, Ms. Benuelos, and from the audience, please no conversation back and forth. We want to. It's a full crowd tonight, and there are a lot of strong feelings about this issue, but we need to keep it civil. So, snap your fingers or wave your hands if you want to approve, but no back and forth comment, please. Ms. Benuelos.
Thank you, Mayor. Let me start off by saying, first of all, I really, really appreciate the staff report. It was really well done, addressing every issue in depth. I really, really appreciate all the work that you did. Actually, Councilmember McDonald asked some excellent questions and really cleared up a lot of things for me. So I sort of want to go down a different path about safety, since this is supposed to be completely about safety from when I read the appellant's information. So I understand that there's only one way out, right? That's correct? And that you can turn both left and right, or no, only one way?
You could turn in both directions.
You can, okay.
In or out, both
Okay.
directions.
Okay, great, okay. That's good, because I was told something different, so thank you. So thinking about that, so I'm just going to say, I live in an apartment complex. I'm a renter, full disclosure. I'm not ashamed of it. I've done a lot of things in my life, and now I'm renting. So one of the biggest frustrations for when you only have one way out, even if you can turn left or right, is getting out at peak traffic hours. It is the thing that drives me nuts, and I've lived there for 10 years. So, and so I'm wondering, what kinds of both traffic calming, in other words, I think the people that are going to be the most frustrated are the residents that live there, more so than the neighbors, actually, because they're going to be able to go and ignore the people that are trying to get out. And that's what they do. Unless you put in one of the, and this is a suggestion, one of those, keep an area clear so that people that need to get out and in can do that. That's one thing, and I actually think it will add to a safety issue as well. And so I'm wondering, along that line, what other things have you all thought about that fall into your jurisdiction, so to speak, that will make things safer and maybe perhaps help the community feel it's safer?
Yeah, thank you for that. We do have a sort of an informal keep clear legend, which is what we call those markings. I don't want to call it a policy, but we generally only put them in locations where there's a documented history showing the need. I think based on the volumes of vehicles coming out of there during the AM and the PM peak, there's a chance that it wouldn't be needed. And so, it's something that we could add later.
Mm-hmm.
Adding markings like that is not an expensive or difficult thing to do. But I wouldn't think it would be an issue that would need to be addressed beforehand with markings there.
So, but if the residents came to you all and said, we need some help getting in and out, because people will ignore them. I'm going to tell you right now, they will be ignored. So along that line, what about speed limits around that area? I know there have been some accidents. That's one of the huge concerns that the community has. What do those look like, and can those be adjusted in any way?
So I believe the speed limit is 35 out there. We do an engineering and traffic survey once every 7 years. I'm not sure when it was most recently done, but we keep up to date on that. This Hohen Avenue being an arterial street, we are limited, and also being a bus route, we are limited with some of the strategies that we could do with traffic calming measures. But it's certainly something that we can look at to see what treatments Hohen Avenue could have. I think in our ATP, it already our active transportation plan, it already calls out for the buffered bike lanes, which are existing out there. So I think we've done some of the improvements out there that we would be able to do, but we wouldn't be able to do things like what we might be able to do in a residential area, like speed humps or any of those sorts of treatments.
Okay, I think that's all I have for now. I'm looking forward to hearing from the community. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Banuelos. I'd like to pan out and go and review a couple of points that Monet made nicely, but I think are important for this crowd. So as I mentioned, my wife and I, we live down on Santa Rosita, which is just a little ways down Summerfield. And we remember well the hour-and-a-half-long journey from Santa Rosita out to 101 in 2017. and I'm going to assume that a good portion of the people here tonight were sitting in that traffic jam. Yes, we all remember that. One thing that Monet mentioned, but we really want to highlight, is why that's not going to occur again. And if you remember, in 2020, for those of us who were also evacuating in 2020, it was better then because of the warning system and the zones that we had to put into place. But Monet, if you would, could you talk technically about what happens to our streets and our stoplights when we need to, quote, flush the city during an emergency that was not in place in 2017? And regardless of what you think about this project, you should know, you should understand what's different now than what happened 8 years ago. Monet, could you talk through just the technicalities, or Jessica, are you going to field this one?
So actually, I'm going to pass this over to Paul Lowenthal with our fire department, who is on Zoom, who is going to be well-versed in answering that question.
That's excellent. Let's get Mr. Lowenthal involved.
One moment while I get him promoted to panelist.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. My name is Paul Lowenthal, Division Chief Fire Marshal. Thank you for the question, and yes, you are correct. There were a number of improvements that have been made since 2017 that have substantially improved our ability to evacuate that portion of Santa Rosa. A lot of people think back to the amount of traffic that you referred to in 2017, and I think what's really important to remember is that in 2017, there was a very small portion of southeast Santa Rosa that was actually requested and required to evacuate. And that was on Summerfield Road between Annandale State Park and essentially to the south of Park Trail. So more towards the Woodview, Brookshire Circle area. Unfortunately, and rightfully so, a lot of people were concerned, and we ended up with a far number more people evacuating than actually required, which congested our streets. That being said, we weren't able to get the people out that we actually needed, but we took what happened in 2017 and made a number of improvements that allowed for the successful evacuation of East Santa Rosa during the glass fire. And even with that, we worked very closely with our traffic division as well as our police department. And to the point that you discussed earlier, have instituted the flush plan, which really allows for a lot of the traffic to move out of the Rincon Valley and Oakmont areas a lot more smooth, which then has a trickle-down effect and will improve the evacuations as needed in the area in and around the project. We also alluded to the fact that we didn't have evacuation zones, and a lot of effort has now been put into making sure that our zone system is used and used appropriately. In fact, it's also really important to note that during 2020, with the improvements that we've made to our alert and warning system, we actually had to slow down how we evacuated because we're almost too good now. So now we have a process where the buy-in from both police, fire, and emergency management relies not only on our communications with our traffic division, but also with our law enforcement teams so that they're at some of the key intersections, again, allowing for a safe and smooth evacuation that would also affect this project area.
Thank you, Mr. Lowenthal. Can we pause on that last point just to make sure everyone's clear? Because again, those of us who were there in 2017 recall sitting at those stoplights and going by car all the way to the freeway. That's not the way it's going to work. That's not the way it works anymore. What happens at those intersections? What would happen for those neighborhoods in Southeast Santa Rosa that would have to evacuate and get to 101?
Yeah, so typically it's going to depend on the direction of the incident, where the fire is originating from. We are very accustomed to, unfortunately, those north wind events where we get the strong gusty winds out of the northeast that have pushed the glass fire, the Tubbs fire, the Nuns fire from out of our city into our city. If we were experiencing another type of event similar to what we had, part of what we were talking about is actually before we send out those alert and warnings, because of the advanced technology that we have with how we monitor fires, our communications, our network of cameras, the coordination would allow for us to communicate with the law enforcement, making sure that they're ready for those evacuations to take place. If you take an intersection like Hohen and Yulupa, that would likely be at a location where we strategically place a law enforcement officer potentially to allow the phased evacuation. So it would not be in our plan or our game plan to evacuate all the zones within that Bennett Valley area. Again, what we do is phased evacuations so that it allows us to move from one zone to the next zone. If the threat was coming from the fairgrounds, we would likely move from the Holland Heights area through the Neotomus area into the Bennett Valley area. It's something that we have planned for, that we prepare for. We now have an annual exercise where our police managers, fire managers, as well as our emergency manager for the city come together and actually train on this. In fact, our last year's event, as well as our planned event for this year, is this specific area of Santa Rosa. So if there's a community that is ready from an emergency management perspective to actually do phased evacuations, it's us and it's for this specific area.
Thank you for all that, and not to get even too far into the weeds, but even our traffic lighting policy changes, isn't that correct, Mr. Lowenthal, in terms of how we're timing the lights to make sure that people can just essentially, again, be flushed out to the freeway with a solid state of greens in addition to the law enforcement support?
Yeah, so currently right now the flush plan is primarily targeted for the Farmers Lane, but as you know, if Farmers Lane gets congested, it has the potential to affect a lot of the cross traffic. So these processes all are designed to help the different portions of our city allow for a more successful and streamlined evacuation. But I think, like we highlighted earlier, it's thankful that no one was harmed in the East Santa Rosa area. But what we saw in the Bennett Valley area was a lot of people evacuating unnecessarily and well outside of the evacuation zone areas. We're hopeful that a lot of the work we've done with Know Your Alerts, Know Your Zones, Know Your Ways Out will greatly improve that. I'm from the Bennett Valley area. I grew up in Bennett Valley. I'll admit it here that my own parents were some of those people that were looking to evacuate in 2017, and it's great to see how much has been done since 2017 to improve our community, our resiliency, and our ability to successfully evacuate in the event of a future wildfire.
Thank you, Paul. I just wanted to highlight that, or we wanted to highlight that, just to make sure that people were crystal clear on the differences between where we are now and 2017, irrelevant or regardless of the conversation tonight. And sticking with public safety, as has been mentioned, there have been at least a couple very high-profile and tragic incidences along Hohen, including the death of one local student. We all remember those as well. It is important. I do want to spend a moment to talk about the changes the city has made already in response to those incidents. That obviously caught everyone's attention. Do we have Mr. Hennessy here still? Or somebody, so can you speak to the changes we made in terms of the hawk warning systems, in terms of the traffic, or the evaluations we've done for pedestrians and bicyclists in that area, and more broadly, the fact that this is a priority throughout the city because we know we have other areas we need to do better, and this council and your department have been focused on this issue for a few years now.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So at the location where the tragedy happened, we have installed, as Monet mentioned, the rectangular rapid flashing beacons, which is a warning system for the crosswalk. That achieves much better driver compliance. We're trying to put those in as many locations as possible. We've been averaging about a dozen a year. We're well over 100 of crosswalk warning signs throughout Santa Rosa. We have been actively looking at our active transportation plan and where we could potentially use existing pavement projects to make improvements also to crosswalks and traffic signals. We saw that most recently on West College and North Dutton, where we did essentially a road diet on both of those streets in response to the pavement projects that were happening out there. So we're certainly looking safety first and making improvements for both pedestrians and bicyclists in Santa Rosa.
Thank you. And to underline again, this is not to diminish the tragedy of the two car crashes right in that vicinity, which again has sparked a lot of discussion here within the city. But overall, in terms of our accident record in that Hohen Summerfield area, we're still below state average. Did I understand that correctly?
That is correct. We are below state average. And generally, Santa Rosa is, in regards to traffic safety, better than state average.
Thank you. And this gets back to the point about needing to find substantive, really material reasons for grounds for an appeal. Without that data, it makes it difficult to support an appeal, as has been mentioned. Let's see. Those were the 2 points I wanted to make. Again, I'm glad that my colleagues and staff highlighted the high bar for the discussion that we have tonight. We're going to come back to all these issues, I'm sure, because we have a few more. Ms. McDonald, did you want to bring us to a conclusion?
Yeah, just a clarification on the questioning. I know you've done one lit crosswalk down where the incidents occurred. In this plan, my understanding is there's a proposal to add an additional lit crosswalk for pedestrians going right there at the site for those who would park maybe potentially on each side of Hohen.
That's correct. I think it's about 150 feet to the west of the driveway, so it'll roughly be in the middle of the existing crosswalk and the driveway for this project.
And I think that's in the plans or the applicant's plans that the community can see where that new crosswalk would be, because I know that that's been a concern that was brought to my attention as well.
Thank you. Any final questions? Then we move on to our Planning Commission Chair, Ms. Weeks. Why don't you come down and share a few thoughts with us? And Ms. Jones-Carter, please come down as well. Ms. Weeks is our Planning Commission Chair, and Ms. Jones-Carter is the Chair of our Design Review and Preservation Board. Ms. Weeks, the floor is yours. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Stapp, Vice Mayor Krupke, and members of the council. As the mayor mentioned, my name is Karen Weeks, and I'm chair of the Planning Commission. With me today is Melanie Jones-Carter, who's chair of the Design Review and Preservation Board. Both decisions by the Planning Commission and Design Review and Preservation Board are being appealed today. And we're here today to provide some context as to why the commission and the board took the actions that we did. As you know, the Planning Commission's responsibility is to implement plans, ordinances, and policies relating to land use matters. On December 11th, 2025, the Planning Commission reviewed the request for a conditional use permit for Lago Fresca Apartments. All 7 members supported the approval of the conditional use permit. At that meeting, we reviewed the proposal consistent with the traffic study prepared by the applicant and reviewed by traffic engineering, among other issues. Representative from traffic engineering spent quite a bit of time with us discussing the report and review process. The commission was also supportive of providing a variety of housing types in alignment with the general plan. The appeal submitted indicates concerns about traffic safety for the nearby residents and businesses, as well as inadequate parking. As referenced in the staff report, and as this group explained quite thoroughly, the traffic study was found to be adequate. With respect to parking, the reduction is allowed by the state density bonus law, as Ms. Crocker detailed that. So because of that information reviewed and received, the conditional use permit was approved by the commission. And now I'm happy to answer any questions you might have about what we did. If not, I'll go ahead and turn it over to Chair Jones-Carter.
Why don't we pause for a second? Any questions for Ms. Weeks? Ms. Jones-Carter, we'll turn to you.
Thank you. As mentioned, my name is Melanie Jones-Carter, and I'm the chair of the Design Review and Preservation Board. I'm here to provide some information on the DRPB's decision to approve the design project. To be clear, our charge is the design of the project and not the use permit that is being appealed. This project came to us for the design concept in March of 2022, and we gave our feedback to the developer and architect, and when they returned in December of 2025, they had incorporated the changes we asked for. You may see that we asked that 3 items be incorporated in the final design, and 1 is a shall consider. We believe that this project fits with the general plan and the criteria as outlined by the Design Review and Preservation Board. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much. Any questions for design review? Thank you both for taking the time to be here tonight and for the work that your boards have done. All right, now we are officially going to open the public hearing, and we're going to begin with our appellant presentation. Is it Kashire? And my apologies if I'm not saying your name correctly. All right. Okay, please join us. Let's see, is it up front or it probably the podium in the back actually? Wonderful. Thanks to the appellate team for being here tonight.
Is it on? Hello? Am I good? Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of the City Council. My name is Katie Miranda, and I'm formally appealing the approval of the Lago Fresco apartment project at 4744 Hohen Avenue and 2445 Summerfield Drive. I represent not only the community surrounding the proposed project, but residents, businesses, and visitors of Santa Rosa to our beloved Spring Lake community. Next slide, please. I want to be clear at the outset, this appeal is not opposition to affordable housing. It is a request that the project be modified to prevent specific identifiable public safety impacts tied to this exact location. Under the California Density Bonus Law, a concession may not result in a specific adverse impact on public health or safety that is site-specific, identifiable and factual, based on substantial evidence and capable of mitigation. The safety concerns I am presenting tonight meet that standard. Next slide, please. This image shows the proposed site in direct proximity to the signalized intersection of Hohen Avenue and Summerfield Road. The driveway will be positioned immediately adjacent to the intersection, within the functional influence area of the traffic signal. Vehicles entering and exiting the development would operate within an active zone of turning movements, queuing traffic, signal phase changes, bike lane activity, and pedestrian crossings. Next slide. This slide shows a visual representation of the area on Hohen Avenue, or what the locals like to call Hohen Highway, where the speed is 35 miles per hour. It is an arterial corridor with multiple travel lanes, striped bike lanes on both sides, and significant turning movements at the Summerfield intersection. Vehicles are accelerating, decelerating, and changing lanes as they approach or leave the signal. Next slide, please. This project is adding a 50-unit residential complex directly next to an already busy and congested intersection. This location already experiences heavy turning movements, peak hour backups, school and commuter traffic. Adding a large residential single access driveway here creates a concentrated conflict area where vehicles will be entering and exiting near the intersection. Next slide, please. The driveway placement requires split-second judgments. Drivers exiting the complex must simultaneously judge limited traffic gaps, monitor bike lane activity, watch for pedestrians in and near the multiple crosswalks, and merge near a signalized intersection. This increases the likelihood of rear-end collisions, side impact crashes, specifically left-turning, exiting cars from the proposed complex, and drivers forcing turns into limited gaps in traffic. This is a site-specific safety concern tied to the driveway placement. Next slide, please. This slide shows approximately 800 feet of Hohen Avenue from the Summerfield intersection to the Sierra Creek Lanes crosswalk. Within this short span, there will be one signalized intersection, 9 driveways, 2 crosswalks, striped bike lanes on both sides. This corridor already contains a high concentration of vehicle turning movements, pedestrian crossings, and bicycle activity. Each driveway introduces additional conflict points, locations where vehicles cross paths with cyclists, pedestrians, or opposing traffic. Adding a 50-unit residential entry-exit point within this already dense corridor increases the frequency and concentration of those conflict events. This is not a low-conflict environment. It is already operating with layered movement patterns. Next slide, please. The development includes 50 residential units served by a single access point. The driveway is narrow, with parking along both sides, and all ingress and egress traffic is concentrated at this one constrained location. Because there is no secondary access, every vehicle entering or exiting the site must use this same driveway. For a development of this size, concentrating all vehicle movements at a single narrow access point increases queuing potential, reduces maneuverability, and limits site distance at the exit. Safe and functional circulation is a safety necessity, not simply a design preference. Next slide. There are 10 rows of tandem parking stalls that will need to be leased. One unit must lease both spots, so there is a high probability that some of these tandem spots may remain vacant, as an approximate charge of $1,000 per month for those tandem spots will be unattainable for some residents. There is 0 visitor parking. This means that family, friends, Amazon, DoorDash, moving trucks to this 50-unit complex will need to park on Helvin Avenue, potentially illegally, or in nearby businesses and neighborhoods. The proposed driveway is in close proximity to neighboring driveways to the east, west, and north. This internal congestion reduces visibility when exiting the property. These conditions create situations where drivers will be inching out blindly into traffic, internal congestion, and create conflicts between residents, pedestrians, and cyclists. Next slide, please. Within a short distance of the project entrance, there are multiple crosswalks and a newly proposed one, office and medical buildings, frequent foot and cyclist traffic. This creates overlapping movement patterns with cars exiting the complex, pedestrians crossing and potentially jaywalking due to the lack of parking in the complex, and vehicles entering adjacent businesses. This area has already experienced severe and fatal incidents involving pedestrians. There have been many vehicle accidents in recent times, and according to your own study, the severity of these accidents has increased. Next slide, please. This corridor is heavily used by cyclists. The usage will likely increase once the greenway is completed. Increased vehicle trips and turning movements at the driveway will create additional conflict points between the entering and exiting vehicles and passing cyclists. Reduced visibility and turning movements from the driveway increased vehicle to cyclist collision risk. Next slide, please. There are fire and emergency access concerns. The internal configuration includes narrow access lanes, parking along both sides, tandem spaces that may limit maneuverability, all within a single access point. In an emergency, this could slow response times, create access challenges for fire apparatus, and cause severe and life-threatening fire evacuation bottlenecks. For a development of this size, reliable and unobstructed access is critical. Next slide, please. This site combines multiple risk factors in one compact area: a busy signalized intersection, multiple driveways, crosswalk activity, bike lane traffic, and a new 50-unit entry-exit point. Together, these create a concentrated safety conflict zone. Each of these factors alone may appear manageable. In combination, within 800 feet, they create a concentrated and foreseeable safety conflict zone. Next slide, please. Again, this request is seeking project modification and not a denial of housing. I respectfully ask that the approval be reconsidered and that the project be modified to undergo an independent traffic and safety study, address concerns through driveway redesign or widening, parking layout adjustments, emergency access reevaluation, and fire evacuation reevaluation. Next slide, please. In closing, this appeal seeks to ensure the design does not introduce preventable safety risks to residents, pedestrians, cyclists, and emergency responders. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you very much. All right, folks, again, we have to get through our agenda tonight. Please hold your applause or your booing, whichever you prefer. We got to keep this civil tonight. Any questions from council for the applicant? All right, Vice Mayor, you have a question for staff regarding the applicant's presentation. Is that correct? All right, please.
Just a quick question. I don't know if we can bring the slide back up, but the request for modification, do those modifications that the appellant is requesting fall under those that we are not allowed to consider under the housing, the density bonus and the Housing Act?
So the additional traffic analysis and independent study, is that what you're asking about?
No, there's a list of, if I can go back to it. Yeah, the requested action. Yes, those. Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Rogers. Aside from the independent traffic study review, do any of those fall under things that we are not allowed by law to modify?
Hello again. Thank you for the question. I would refer specifically to the Housing Accountability Act because that does limit the application of conditions that would lower the residential density of the project. Conditions that you would have to analyze for their effect on density and potentially project feasibility that could include things of design changes, conditions that may or may not, or that would directly impact density. So I'm not sure on a, driveway design or widening parking layout revisions if you would be altering the design such that it could potentially reduce density. So that would be something to be mindful of there. Similarly, I think with fire evacuation, emergency access, I would probably have to defer to some of the traffic folks up here, but you can't impose any conditions that would potentially reduce the density on the project.
All right, so just to simplify that for somebody like me, if any of those modifications remove one unit, that would be against the law, essentially?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Any additional questions? Mr. Alvarez.
Quick question. Here in the presentation, was there any new information that you had not heard prior?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. McDonald?
So if I look at the design, it looks to me like there's two different driveways that I'm looking at, unless I'm reading this incorrectly on the map. So not of the appellate, but actually of the applicant. And so I'm trying, if you can walk me through why we can't use the Summerfield entrance behind as an additional egress and entrance. If you could tell me why this design would something prevent that, or is it just strictly our opinion that it wouldn't be good because of a traffic study? I think that needs to be clarified to me.
So it's more of a design decision. It impacts traffic operations at the intersection of Hohen and Summerfield if there were to be a driveway on Summerfield.
So it would impact traffic in a negative way if they had put one on Summerfield.
Correct.
But we don't feel that it's impacting traffic in a negative way off of Hohen, even though it's roughly the, excuse me, I don't want anyone from the audience. I'm trying to get clarification on this. So the intersection of where the driveway is on Hohen, can you tell me about how far that is to that intersection and about how far it would have been from Summerfield to that intersection, so I'm clear?
Yes, so I want to make sure to clarify, it's more operational at the intersection than interactions with the driveway. So what the traffic study is looking at is how much extra delay, for example, there is because of this development at the intersection of Hohen and Summerfield. And so if we exit vehicles onto Summerfield, they more likely will go through the intersection of Hohen and Summerfield in the northbound direction. If they exit onto Hohen, they will predominantly go to the left, go west on Hohen, and so they don't actually go into the intersection of Hohen and Summerfield. So that is one of the things that the traffic study was looking at.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you. Any additional questions? Well, thank you to the appellant. We'll move on to the applicant's presentation for 10 minutes. Ms. Anderson, are you here? All right. I see the appellant or the applicant is making their way to the podium. Thank you both for being here. The floor is yours.
Mr. Mayor and Vice Mayor and City Council, my name is Jan Verhaaly, and I am the applicant. I do want to speak to the opposition comments that they're not opposed to a project, just not this many units. I understand all that, but I want to emphasize that this is a project that the city has had input into for more than 5 years. This project has been modified over and over again, and we have responded to design review, and all of the departments in the city have had input into this project to come up with the best project possible. And at this time, it would not be possible or feasible to build the project if it was impacted again, let's just say. Ingrid, now we're going to continue.
Folks, let's stay polite. The applicant gets their chance. Ms. Anderson.
Hello. Thank you for letting us have a statement here at this meeting. I also want to make sure that I leave enough time for our traffic engineer from W-Trans and also our landscape architect to speak on behalf of the project. I do want to respond to Councilmember McDonald's question, though, about why it was that the project did not, in the end, utilize the existing driveway, a very wide driveway that exists for ingress and egress to the Warwick Hospital campus and all the medical offices and other businesses on this commercial campus. We did include this driveway as a part of our system for getting in and out of the site, but after multiple iterations were shown to the owner of the project, of a property on this campus that owns the majority interest in the driveway through an easement. The fallout of that was that the owner of our project, Jan Verhaaly and Aksan, were in the end not permitted to have any rights to the driveway at all. And the fire department then also backed that up by saying that we couldn't depend on a driveway to which we didn't have an ownership interest, or our project didn't, for either emergency vehicle access or egress only, even from the project site. I'd like to invite W-Trans and to speak to some of the concerns.
Thank you. I'm Barry Bergman. I'm with W-Trans, and staff did a nice job of summarizing a lot of the comments that were presented, so it preempted some of the comments I was planning to make. I do want to highlight a few things. One was we did an analysis of the queuing at the intersection, and one of the issues with the queuing, we looked at both the original counts that were taken, then the updated counts. The queues were slightly shorter in the more recent counts, but essentially the same measures were required. And so what was being recommended, the concern was that for vehicles that are heading westbound, trying to turn left into the project driveway, that the way it's striped right now, vehicles can't go around to, if they're planning on going through, so they would get backed up behind that turning vehicle waiting for a gap. So by modifying the striping, it would allow the through vehicles to pass along. So that's one thing that would help improve circulation there. I also wanted to note that regarding the parking, one of the concessions was to have a supply below what the code requires, and what we used was the Institute of Transportation Engineers has standard parking rates where they look at demand levels throughout the day, and it was determined that we based our recommendation on what the peak demand was for that type of development from those standard rates. So while there would be a nominal excess at the peak time of demand, and so there could be some vehicles that would be parking on the street, that was what was discussed earlier about adding the crosswalk, since people might need to park on the north side of the street, but between the added crosswalk with the rectangular rapid flashing beacons, that would facilitate the crossing of the street. The other thing I wanted to mention was just regarding safety at the driveway, is that we did use Caltrans standards, and it does meet the sightline requirements. So, for the speed along that road, and that it does meet the requirements in both directions for people who are trying to exit from the driveway.
There we go. Good evening, members of the council and the community. My name is Don McNair, and I am the landscape architect for Lago Fresco project. Can't hear. We'll get closer there. There we go. So I'm the landscape architect for the Lago Fresco project. Joining me tonight is my brother, James McNair, who is a certified arborist and is in attendance to address any technical or health-related arboreal concerns that may arise during any discussion tonight. I want to begin by acknowledging the city's concerns regarding tree removals. As a landscape professional, I understand that trees are vital to the character and safety of our neighborhoods. My scope for this project is focused specifically on the design of the project, which includes tree removal and replacement strategy, ensuring that the site remains safe and sustainable while we develop this essential housing, which includes dedicated low-income component. The trees slated for removal fall into three main categories: remnants of an old walnut orchard that have naturally declined over time, oak trees that have self-seeded in locations that conflict with necessary infrastructure, and a few exotic ornamentals such as the dawn redwood. While we recognize the history of the orchard, many of the trees are no longer structurally sound or viable within a high-density residential environment. Our replacement strategy is robust and designed for long-term success. Our plan is fully compliant with City of Santa Rosa standards. We are providing in lieu fees for trees that cannot be safely accommodated on site due to spacing requirements, ensuring the city can support canopy growth elsewhere. To provide a more immediate impact, we have upsized many of the proposed trees. Rather than sticking strictly to the standard 15-gallon size, we are planting larger specimens to jumpstart the canopy recovery and provide immediate aesthetic and environmental value. By replacing declining orchard trees with healthy, professionally selected species, we are creating a managed landscape that prioritizes the safety of future residents in the surrounding community. Our goal is to deliver a project that respects the environment while providing safe, quality housing for Santa Rosa. James and I are happy to answer any questions you may have regarding the selection or technical health of species involved. Thank you for your time.
Thank you to the applicant team. Does that conclude the applicant's presentation? Ms. Anderson, another word from you?
I just want to reiterate that we have, over the last 5 years, tried to include in a thoughtful way, every single comment we've received from the city and the neighborhood, starting with the pre-application development review when we first initiated the project, all the way to the fourth plan check, round of plan check corrections from the design review process. And even now with the letters that we've received from residents, I wanted to clarify that there is a dedicated pedestrian and bicycle entrance off from Hohen and onto Hohen from the project, from the interior of the project. And it is on both sides. They are located on both sides of the vehicular entrance on Hohen. Also, Monet, can you bring up the crosswalk, the on-street parking slide? The next slide, thank you. The crosswalk location, someone requested to know where that was, and I think the appellant did clarify that, but the relative distances, I think, are clearly shown here. The crosswalk is, the new crosswalk, which is a flashing beacon crosswalk, is to be located a bit away from the project driveway itself in a portion of Hohen Avenue that is already red curbed, so it has very high quality visibility at that section. There is no on-street parking there to somehow conflict with visibility of cars and pedestrians and bicyclists for each other's safety. The green area on this diagram shows where up to 50 spaces are available during off-peak parking hours and even during the day.
All right, thank you to the applicant. Any clarifying questions from council? No questions from council. Thank you again for that presentation. All right, the moment that you've all been waiting for. We're going to go to public comment. A number of you have already submitted your names. If you are interested in making a comment, you can submit your name at the back. We are going to allow 2 minutes for public comment. There are a lot of people who want to speak, and we want to make sure that everyone is heard. So again, 2-minute maximum. I try this at every one of our meetings where we have a lot of community members coming out, and a sincere thank you for coming out. You are not required to use the full 2 minutes. If the person in front of you says what you intended to say, it is perfectly allowable to say, I second the last comment. But again, you've got a full 2 minutes to express your thoughts. We do want to keep this efficient, so we will use both podiums. If you wish to speak, and I'll call out the order here, if you wish to speak, please be waiting near the podium when your name is called so that we can keep this moving and everyone can have a chance. So again, 2 minutes, and I've got the list in front of me. We're going to start out with Michael Ann Blatt and Jeanette McFall and Abby Arnold. So Michael, Jeanette, and Abby, please position yourself using both podiums, but Michael Ann Blatt, if you want to kick us off. Is it Michelle?
Michael Ann.
Michael Ann, perfect. Okay, I just wanted to make sure. All right, so Michael Ann, you have the floor. Kick us off.
I've lived in Sierra Creek Villages for 35 years. I have been out going to the gym 3 days a week, and at 6 a.m., I have to wait for 20 cars to go in either direction, going east and west, because that's when the commute starts. Twice, I've almost been hit head-on in the left-hand turn lane because of backed-up traffic. That was in the afternoon. The last one was within the last year, and I can even describe what the guy looked like and what he was wearing. He was that close to my car. With the increased traffic, nobody will be able to get out of Sierra Creek Village. Nobody. I don't care who you are. And a fire truck won't be able to get in because people will not stop. If you put that clear area, I guarantee you people will ignore it. It's not going to work. We already have too much traffic as it is. 3 times a day, commute both directions. And I don't know when the traffic study was done, but not when I was on the road. I had to wait for 25 cars to pass today before I could actually get out onto Hohen Avenue. And then I didn't feel safe. I rarely make a left-hand turn anymore. I make a right-hand turn and I get in the left-hand turn lane if I'm lucky, so I can turn around in one of the doctor's offices because it's not safe to make that left-hand turn. I am totally opposed against this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael Ann. We'll move on to Jeanette, Abby, and then Janice Carmen. Jeanette.
So if it does not, we can't trash the corner, bad things will happen. My name is Jeanette McFall. I'm a resident of Summerfield Hills. I have here some of the letters opposing the Lago Fresco apartments. Objections are so overwhelming that our elected representatives can only vote no if they deserve their positions. Kashi noticed that the plan is not in the area AB 2345 was intended for. Eddie understands the high densities should be focused in the downtown along transit lines and around commercial centers. Best to add density to existing infrastructure for reasons of cost. Lago Fresco bought that for 1.9 million a few years ago, knowing that they only had 34 units, but I just guess their intended objective was to get the city council to allow them to increase their density. With their certain exceptions they were allowed. Exception is in placing 50 units in a lot size for 38. This density is this is going to be in the area outlying the city and is supposed to be for the inside. This does not meet the state definition. Number 2 was the exception of the 65 down to 145 spaces. Relying on neighbors' frontage for parking is exploitive. There will be a cost to our city for handling parking violations. Okay, then we have the height requirement. That's out of scale. The existing development in the area is missing from the submission. Okay, we were told we were getting a greenway. Instead, we're getting a large box that sits on Rogers Fault. The next exception is a setback from 15 to 18 feet. This makes it even more room for Fresco folks to propose removing the beautiful oak trees. By city standards, they must provide 180 trees, but I guess they're getting a bonus for that too. The site does not support adequate room for the building, let alone 180 trees. The most aggressive exception is, of course, the traffic. This waiver seems dangerous. It will cut off evacuation, even if they don't think it will. It's going to hamper the access of emergency vehicles.
Jeanette, thank you very much. All right, we're going to go on to Abby, Janice Carmen, and then Richard Hunt Sr. Abby, you're up.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Stapp and City Council members. I'm Abby Arnold. I'm a member of Santa Rosa YIMBY and a homeowner in the Montgomery Village neighborhood. I'm here to ask you to deny the appeal of the Lago Fresco housing development. I'm dedicating my retirement years to reversing the damage to future generations done by my generation by restricting new housing and prioritizing cars over people. Among the losses are the looming receivership of the Santa Rosa School District, the inability of young people to stay in Santa Rosa and build their lives and the next generation of leaders, and lack of local employees to staff our businesses. Infill housing like this project protects our agricultural land while adding to the homes available for young families who want to stay here and raise their children in Santa Rosa. I hope this project can be built quickly so that I'll be around to welcome our new neighbors and their children. Thank you.
Abby, thank you. All right, Janice, Richard Hunt, and then Annalisa Hunt. Janice, you're up.
Thank you, she's helping. I don't know how, just this picture, please. Okay. Oh, good, thank you. Thank you very much. Good evening, thank you. Janice Carmen here. I had the unique experience of having grown up on the property across the street. My parents and family had had that property since the 40s. And they had it for a long time, only selling it in the 20-somethings. But that aside, I'm not against this project. I've also looked at it quite a lot and been at a party to the meetings that have taken place. But the traffic is for sure a horrible issue. And the driveway situation already, looking at that. Now, I don't think that the density is a problem. At a time, I did think so, but compared to other cities, this is what's going on. And one of the things I think about is that when these projects happen, there should be some consideration for the land that's near it, that maybe it has a a moratorium on building or only certain zoning, something like that, because this property has a flood zone. And I went to a city meeting that was waterways. And it was terribly interesting. And I talked about a project across the street from me where they clear cut. It was totally illegal. It's been a problem, and I've spoken about it many times. But it is a floodplain, and 100 feet away is a creek. And that creek is Sonoma Creek, or Santa Rosa Spring Creek. And the creek is flowing right now. Now, this was a flood zone, and my former husband, who's passed away, he was one of the people that worked at the county and helped get rid of the flooding there. There's a lot of concrete, and the reason why I put the picture up is because...
Thank you, Janice. We'll move on to Richard, Annalisa, and then Ann Butler.
It's Richard Hunt, and my wife and I have lived at 4801 Lucy Court, which is 200 yards to the east of this proposed project, and we've raised 4 children there. I've been a small business owner for 30 years here in Sonoma County, and let me tell you what it's really like here in terms of this corridor. We've heard all the traffic studies and all that kind of stuff, but in reality, it doesn't work. I've driven Hohen Road thousands of times going back and forth to work over my 29 years at this home. And the issue is that drivers are merging into the bike lanes. They're going through those stoplights there at the intersection. And we've already talked about the close calls with the accidents there. But this project's own traffic consultant updated the crash data and confirmed that the injury rate exceeds the statewide averages. And so to add another 227 vehicle trips per day, plus an additional 40 to 60 overflow cars on the same dangerous street is absolutely insane. The parking plan will simply not work. The census shows that there's 2.4 cars per family, and your data shows 1.3. So there's going to be an incredible amount of traffic that's not accounted for. So you're forcing a high-density urban area into a suburban area. And so basically what you're doing with a 4-story building there, it's a college dormitory building. It's not an apartment complex. So I'm urging that this appeal be approved and goes back for traffic studies, evacuation studies. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Annalisa, Ann Butler, and then Robert Ostling.
Thank you. Basically, I'm Annalisa Hunt, and basically my concern is for the fact that it's a high density. I know that the density bonus law is a planning tool it has a good intention. However, like my husband said, it's been forced into the wrong place. And we moved there specifically because of the character of the neighborhood and for the activities there. And it's not going to stay that way. This will forever change that area. And also, basically, he covered everything I wanted to say. Coming out of that area where the buildings are going to be, I attend some of those businesses. I go to an acupuncturist there, and when I come out of the appointments, and I'm going the same way the traffic is going. I will turn right, I will go east, and I cannot get out of there for several cars, and people don't let you in. And so I'm just another person just telling you the same thing you're hearing. And I just really hope that you will think about this. This is not a good project in that area. And the impact will really, just coming here, listening to everyone speak, and trying to understand that everything that is said, there's an opposition of we can't change it. So I don't even know why we're here. Thank you.
Thank you, Annalisa. Ann, Robert, and then Michael Freed.
I'm Ann Butler, and I live in the Sierra Creek Village neighborhood. I will present my concerns as well as those of my neighbors. Hone Avenue is loaded with traffic. Vehicles speed by the exits of Sierra Creek Village, making it dicey for drivers to merge onto Hone Avenue. Compounding the challenge are vehicles parked along Hone, thus creating a poor line of vision. One has to nose the car out onto the street and then gun the gas pedal just to reach the middle lane to wait for an opportunity to merge into the flow of traffic. And now comments from my neighbors. I was trying to get onto Hone from Arroyo Sierra Circle and almost caused a collision because I couldn't see beyond the SUV that was parked so close to my exit point. It was a near miss and left me shaken. That experience has made me make all my appointments after 9 a.m. when people are at work and before 10 a.m. when people are out running errands and shopping after stores open. Hone Avenue is the unofficial Highway 12, and it's like a racetrack because there are no stop signs or lights in the stretch from Yulupa to Summerfield, so people go very fast on Hone, usually 50+ miles per hour. On Hone Avenue near the proposed project are the Sutter Health Care offices and labs, Sierra Creek Village with 114 residential units, duplexes with inadequate on-site parking, Santa Rosa Post-Acute with 99 beds, and the Redwood Gospel Mission Family Campus. All with visitors, delivery, repair, and maintenance vehicles causing traffic, congestion, and vehicles parked along Hone Avenue. With the addition of more vehicles, more traffic and congestion, and decreased visibility, safety will be compromised. This is not smart planning.
Thank you, Ann. Robert, Michael, and then Anthony Nuno. Do we have Robert here? Right here. All right, Robert, you're up.
Thank you. Can you hear me? I want to introduce a concept here that I just picked up recently that meant my focus on my opposition to this, and it's called the contextual fit. I think, very simply, I think it means how does what's proposed compare to things that are very close to it? What's close to it is residential properties. And the first time I read about this particular project, I actually was reading that it was capped at 3 stories. Turned out after the December 11th vote, those figures got changed and we were looking at 4 stories. I don't think that meets the rule for a contextual fit that's really acceptable. It's usually the red flag. Does this flag feel, does this building feel like it belongs on this street, or does it overwhelm? The architectural character, I have no problem with that. It looks pretty good if it was not so tall. There's a problem with the neighbors who are in proximity to it with privacy and overlooking. I think that's going to happen on Summer Hayes Road, which is just north of the little bus stop, and it goes along the southern boundary, and we'll be looking up at this thing. I don't understand the shadow study, so I won't comment on that. But in general, going back to my first point, that 4 stories is very unusual. I actually looked first around I better show this really quick, my time's up. I could only find 1 4-story building from here to Courthouse Square, and it was on Courthouse Square. It's the Empire Building. There's nothing on Sonoma, there's nothing on Montgomery exceeding 2 stories. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Michael, Anthony, and then Mindy Shambaugh.
Good evening. My name is Michael Freed. My wife and I live at 4844 Hone. Our appeal is about one thing and one thing only: safety. I understand the bonus density law. It's a badly written law, and it doesn't give you a hell of a lot of wiggle room, but you do have wiggle room when it comes to safety. Now, the developers could have made this a safer project. Why didn't they? I'll tell you why. If they'd have put in an ingress-egress on Summerfield, it would have been safer. Notwithstanding what the traffic engineer said, he was talking about less cars going through the intersection, not the safety of cars trying to get out of the project. I'll tell you another reason they didn't do it. Pure and simple, this is a money grab. I took high school civics before most of you guys were born. And I'll tell you something, my teacher told me the first day, government's main responsibility is to keep citizens safe. I implore you, keep the residents of our neighborhood in Bennett Valley safe and keep the potential residents of this new monstrosity safe.
Thank you, Michael. Anthony, Mindy, and then Katie Miranda. Anthony, you have the floor.
Hello, my name is Anthony Nuno, and we are relatively newcomers to the area of Summerfield and Park Trail and Glen Canyon. We're actually refugees from southwestern Santa Rosa. We were forced to sell our property because horrible traffic and other safety problems with overcrowding. And one of the things that we love about that area, obviously, it was that it looked like a functional neighborhood until we realized how bad the traffic is on Hohen. And just to get some days and certain times of the day to the freeway on Hohen, it takes forever. And I guess my question to you would be, still, is it relatively safe? Every day I see senior citizens going for walks on Summerfield. I see parents with their kids, taking them for a walk. I see teenagers and young adults driving their bikes. Certainly, that's not going to be possible anymore with this project. This is the wrong project for this area. Like somebody said, if this goes through, this will change negatively this area forever. So again, heard this from a refugee from a neighborhood with heavy traffic and so many problems with overcrowded, being a situation of just overcrowded. And so obviously my question to you is, why do you want to turn a functional neighborhood into a totally unfunctional neighborhood? Also, think of the wildlife in this area. Thank you.
Thank you, Anthony. Mindy, Katie, and then Mary Alice.
Thank you for listening to our appeal tonight. My name is Mindy Shamba. I wanted to just refer back to slide 7 of the appellant's presentation. This clearly shows that within 300 feet of the intersection at Summerfield, there's 3 driveways and 1 crosswalk and a 4-way intersection. For 300 feet, you have less than 6 seconds to make split-second decisions. At 35 miles per hour, that margin is the difference between a near miss and a collision. As you deliberate tonight, I respectfully ask you to pause. Just consider one question. If a safer configuration is possible, why wouldn't we require it? This does not have to be housing versus safety. It can be win-win. More affordable housing delivered in a way that reduces foreseeable risk to the community. A pause tonight does not stop housing. It simply ensures we build it responsibly. The time to address preventable risk is before the construction, not after an accident. Thank you.
Thank you, Mindy. Katie, you spoke for the appellant presentation, so we can't allow you to make public comment as well. So you had the chance to, I will check with our city attorney. Are we allowed, is she able to speak on
I'm afraid I couldn't hear what she said. Can you repeat what you just said?
You're speaking on a group of neighborhood residents, is that correct? Or you would like to, Katie?
I have comments from neighbors. I am on the board of directors for the Sierra Creek Village Association, which abuts this project.
Mr. Mayor, I would allow.
Okay. All right, Katie, go ahead. Thank you.
Okay. Again, my name is Katie Miranda, and I thank you for your time. I am on the board of directors, as I said, for the Sierra Creek Village Association, which abuts this property. Several of our community members were unable to attend and have asked me to express some of their concerns. Currently trying to exit our property, which has 4 driveways. There are 4 streets that exit onto Hohen. We have an average of wait time in the mornings of anywhere from 3 to 7 minutes to get in and out, to get out of our driveways. The number one concern for our neighborhood is the cyclists that are coming to and from Spring Lake. Very often they ignore traffic rules and proceed at a high rate of speed down this road. The concern is that many cyclists will be injured because of this new driveway that is being proposed. Our neighborhood has experienced loss due to there was no crosswalk. The city has put in a new crosswalk. Having 2 crosswalks back to back on a flashing symbol is of high concern to our residents. That means that people coming from Summerfield, taking the left to go east on Hohen, will be unprepared for a potential double backup. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Katie. Mary Annis, Madonna Feather Cruz, and Sonia Barwick, excuse me. Or Sonia Bick, rather. All right, Mary Alice, go ahead.
Yes, I'm going to give you a little different take, and that is I'm glad the arborist was here. If he's still here, I'm concerned about the Dawn Redwood that's on the property. It is a prehistoric tree that I believe possibly was planted by Luther Burbank. He had a nursery or something over there on Summerfield where he was working, and I really think that that might be one of the things that should be addressed, and I don't see any reason why somebody can't design a building to accommodate that tree. It's only 2.5 feet from the property line. So I know that I went to the design review board and I alerted them of this in that last meeting. They've chosen to ignore me. We don't have a lot of Dawn Redwoods, and certainly not of that size. One of the design review board people said, "Oh, I have one, it's a bonsai." Okay, that's not the same. One last comment about the traffic. The Hohen Avenue is an auxiliary Highway 12. Half the traffic goes down that road, and they do speed, and they they aren't going to slow down because of a driveway.
Thank you, Mary Alice. Madonna, Sonia, and then Diane Martini. Is Madonna still here? She does not appear to be. Sonia, you have the floor.
Good evening, Mayor, Stapp, council members, and staff. My name is Sonia Bick-Barwick, and I'm with Generation Housing. As you are aware, Santa Rosa continues to face a serious housing shortage. The city has adopted clear and thoughtful goals to increase housing production, expand affordability, and focus new homes in areas already served by infrastructure. The Lago Fresca project directly advances those commitments. This project aligns with the city's housing action plan and is a smart infill project located near jobs, transit, and services. This is exactly the type of housing development Santa Rosa has said that it wants to see. As you've heard tonight, the Planning Commission and Design Review Board conducted a thorough review. Traffic and safety concerns were studied, and the project includes 4 deed-restricted, very low-income units, which are critically needed in our community. If compliant infill projects like this that meet zoning standards and undergo full public review can still be overturned at the appeal stage, it creates uncertainty for future housing proposals. That uncertainty makes it harder to attract responsible developers and harder for the city to meet its housing goals. We cannot say we support infill housing, affordability, and smart growth in principle, but then reject projects that meet those standards. I respectfully urge you to support the staff's recommendations and deny the appeal. Approving Lago Fresca sends a clear message that Santa Rosa continues to be serious about addressing its housing shortage and implementing the policies it has adopted. Thank you for your leadership.
Thank you, Sonia. Diane Martini, then Kashi and Mike Raymond.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Diane Martini, and I live on Hohen Avenue. My concern is for evacuation safety. It's wonderful that they have this plan and they have these zones and all that, but take it from somebody who's had to evacuate 3 times. When you hear the word evacuate, you don't care what zone you're in, you just go. And if there are going to be more cars and more people pouring on to Summerfield and to Hohen, how are we going to get out? It's almost impossible. So I am truly concerned about fire safety in our neighborhood, as we all are. The other concern I have is Summerfield Avenue. Is there going to be parking on Summerfield Avenue? Have you thought about that? Or are they going to be parking all up and down Hohen Avenue where we live? That's what I'd like you to address next, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane. Kashi, Mike Raymond, and Stephen Schwartz.
Good evening. I just wanted to point out that if this was an ordinary project for City of Santa Rosa, and Michael can probably confirm that, they would have required about 107 parking spots. Last go around, we were at 65 because of the density bonus law. Now it's 63 because they couldn't figure out where to put their trash bins. That's how dense this thing is. So they eliminated 2 parking spots. And 20 of these 63 parking spots are tandem and potentially are not going to be used, because if you want to rent a tandem spot, you have to rent both. So here's a low-income project. They want you to rent the space, and guess what? If only tandem ones are left, you have to rent both. I don't understand this concept. It just doesn't make any sense. So odds are 50% of the 63 parking spots are going to be left vacant, and people are going to park on the street and in adjacent businesses and adjacent residential properties. This is just not going to work. It's a disaster waiting to happen. I think the city council members owe it to the public to at least do an independent study to understand this better. Not a study that was commissioned by the developer and paid for by the developer for them to make it go through. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Kashi. Mike Raymond, Stephen Schwartz, and Rebecca Hopper.
Mike Raymond, Santa Rosa, Mayor and council members. I just want to address the traffic issues. Back in 2019, there was traffic studies that permitted the Highway 12 extension not to go through, and the Greenway was approved. So subsequently, all the cars are now using Hohen Avenue to Summerfield or to Wailupa to get over to the east side of Highway 12. The other thing is, on Hohen Avenue, as the people know that live on there was very many issues as far as people getting out of their driveways onto Hohen Avenue. That's why they limited it to 1 lane in the left-hand turn lane. With the complex having a driveway just 300 feet from that intersection, I think is going to be a disaster, not only for people traveling on Hohen, but the people trying to enter and exit the property. It was mentioned that the traffic flow was less than 3,000. I don't know less than what number. I know the study in 2019 said that there were over 22,000 cars going eastbound on Highway 12 to the Farmers Lane Street. How many continued on Hohen? I'm not sure if it's 10,000 or more. But again, it's just, I think it's, with that driveway being so close to that intersection, there's going to be a lot of frustrated drivers and residents of the property. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Stephen, Rebecca, and then Jerry.
Yes, my name is Stephen Schwartz, and I've owned a medical office building across the street from this project for over 30 years. I do think that you have substantial safety issues that have been presented to you that give you the option to deny this, to honor our appeal. The traffic engineer for the project pointed out that there would be the queuing of traffic so that it would block the entrance and exit to the project. And in fact, they described that traveling west from the project to go into town would be challenging. I think a better word would be unsafe. The other thing that others have mentioned, but there has been a higher injury rate on this area, and it's been higher than average. That's another safety concern that we have. I do think that there is the alternative of looking at access onto Summerfield Road. That I realize there's a driveway that was existed that they couldn't get access to, but the project itself has direct access to Summerfield. We've got to look at that option to try to mitigate the safety issue. I think you have the evidence you need to go ahead and accept the appellant.
Thank you, Stephen. Rebecca, Jerry, and then Richard.
I'm Rebecca Hopper. What is the value of a human life? Public safety should be the guiding principle in your decision-making as a public servant. The city of Santa Rosa has not always chosen wisely when it comes to traffic hazards along Hohen Avenue. A primary hazard that would be created by the Lago Fresco Apartments is that tenants with on-site parking most likely would attempt to make a left turn from the sole apartment driveway into heavy westbound traffic on Hohen during morning commuter hours. If coming from the east in the afternoon, the tenants would have an even worse problem in attempting a left turn from Hohen into the driveway through lanes of backed up traffic. Because of the driveway's proximity to and the reconfiguration of traffic lanes leading up to the Hohen-Summerfield intersection, the closest lane to the driveway opening is where the bike lane becomes a right turn only lane onto Summerfield. The next lane is both an eastbound through lane and left turn lane. The next lane, the third, eliminates the middle turn lane and is left turn only. The fourth is the westbound through lane. If approved, this will create hazardous traffic exits and entrances via the single driveway serving the apartment complex. Please look at the Lago Fresco Apartments project with a clear eye and mind regarding public safety. The city of Santa Rosa has made questionable judgment errors in the past. Do not let this be another one. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. Jerry, Richard, and then Patty.
Hi. Hello. Thanks for the chance to speak. I've been a resident of Arroyo Seco Drive, fifth driveway down from Summerfield, for 35 years. Over the years, a number of pedestrians have been killed on Hohen. As you may know, traffic during commute hours in the afternoon, Hohen is the alternative to Farmers Lane. Traffic often backs up to Francat Avenue, and by the time it becomes impossible to to get across Hohen Avenue if you're making a left turn. And one thing was addressed, it showed like 50 parking spaces on the north side of Hohen. My experience over the years is that there's virtually no parking along that street at times. So to figure that 50 people are going to be able to park their car, they're probably going to have to walk down to Whole Foods somewhere to be able to do it. Drivers continuously ignore the flashing lights. I use that sidewalk to cross, and it's taking your life into your own hands to try and get across that street. People drive fast. I've seen people going probably in excess of 70, 80 miles an hour down Hohen, sometimes multiple cars at a time. So I just hope that you had taken your consideration about the parking and about the amount of traffic and what kind of obstruction it's going to be to have that driveway and a second crosswalk and a flashing light so close to that corner. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry. Richard, and then Patty.
Hello?
There we go. Yep.
Good evening, council, fellow citizens. My name is Richard Malloy. I live about 200 yards to the east of the project, the proposed project. I am a teacher at Elsie Allen High School. I ride my bicycle to work sometimes, and sometimes I drive. And one night when I was driving home, March 3rd, 2023, I was actually driving home from Taylor Mountain because I had stopped there to do a hike after work, and it was dusk. And I was passing that, well, there was no flashing light back then, but that crosswalk where two people have been struck. And I saw a young lady, 19 years old, turns out. She was waiting to cross the street. I didn't know she was about to get hit by a car. I passed her. I noticed her because she's about the same age as my students at Elsie Allen. And a lot of them want to go into CNA programs and healthcare. When I got home, I saw the lights flashing because I could see them from my door. And I said, oh my God, I just passed that woman. And she was struck there. And you know what? My family also knew the boy that died there. It was my son's best friend in middle school, his best friend's brother, younger brother. And it's just heartbreaking when you see that happen, and it's not safe. And it's not just safe for pedestrians, but my dog was also killed at that stop sign that people come down from the park and they don't stop at Nowinga and Hohen. And it's not safe for bicyclists because people leave on Hohen, they leave their trash cans in the bike lane, and we have to swerve around them. So that's all I have. I hope that you consider this appeal. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Patty.
Good evening. My name is Patty Fitch, and I've lived on Fern Glen Drive, which is very close to that intersection, for the last 30-plus years. What I would like to address tonight, first of all, I'd just like to say I ditto everything that everyone's talking about here regarding the traffic. The one thing that hasn't been mentioned tonight is something that Councilmember Banuelos mentioned earlier this evening, and that's from the perspective of the tenants that will be living there. If a tenant needs to park on Hohen, what I'm looking at is a potential young mom or young father parking their car and trying to get their child out of the car seat while exiting a very busy street. That is a very busy street, as has been mentioned before. It is a major artery to get from Highway 12 over to the next part of Highway 12. I can't imagine what it would be like to unload your groceries on that street. I can't imagine what it would be like to get your children out of the car on that street. I can't imagine what it would be like to help an elderly person get out of the car on that street. And that in itself, if that's not a safety issue for the residents that would live there, then I don't know what is. And that's what I wanted to say tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Patty. Are there any other members of the public who would like to make comment? All right, make your way to the microphone. If there are others, please be waiting by the microphone so that we can keep this efficient. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Fred Allerbach. I would encourage you to deny the appeal, and I have a couple points to make. I think this is the perfect place for dense infill. It's a tax credit, high resource opportunity area. There's a high medium household income, high educational attainment, high home value. So this is the kind of place that the housing element urges there to be development in. And the city needs to keep in mind keeping a fair distribution of density around the city, because you don't want to, especially when you're considering putting thousands of units on Santa Rosa Avenue. Let's see, and so single-family housing is the most unsustainable type of housing, and then single-family housing stakeholders here are wanting to block the most type of sustainable housing, which is dense housing. So, you know, I think that it adds up to want to put it here because it's fair for the city. And also, it's interesting that I think southeast of Summerfield is a high wildland or urban interface, high fire hazard area. And that's also exactly equivalent to high median household income. So that's what makes it an area where you would want to add density to. And so some of the appellants made a point that Hohen was like a super highway, but then they said that it was also not a major transit route. So I don't think those points added up. And it's not an affordable housing project because there's only 4 out of 50 units that are affordable. So I'd encourage the city to up their inclusionary ordinance to maybe 20%, so you could at least get 8 or 10 affordable units out of 50. So I'd like to back the Generation Housing and YIMBY lady as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Fred. Are there other members of the public who'd like to speak?
I would like to speak.
Please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Keith Boxerman, and thank you, Council, for letting me speak. I've lived in that area for 45 years, and I just have a few questions. One is, I'd like to read something. It says, what is leadership? Leadership is defined by 3 outcomes: direction, alignment, and commitment. It's a social process where individuals work together to produce results that they could never achieve alone. We define leadership as a social project that enables individuals to work together to achieve results that they could never achieve working alone. This relational approach to leadership is essential in today's complex, rapidly changing, uncertain environment. City Council, I do not envy your position, and I have great empathy for you. To me, it seems as if you're in a double bind. You're caught between us, you're caught between the developer, and you're caught between the state. My only wondering is, as our city schools are closing, there seems to be ample property. I don't know if that is an alternative to denying a project like this and building something on vast lands that otherwise our schools have closed. Also, I just wonder, there are fines that would come from the state and other penalties. What happens when there's a lawsuit and the city is charged, or this project is charged and sued, should there be another fatality or another accident? So I just leave you with this to consider the whole circle of ramifications in terms of a project. I've been living there for 45 years. To me, it seems a very lacking in prudence project. Whether you mitigate it, whether you change it, whatever, it's just a very bad site to me from the beginning. Thank you.
Thank you, Keith. Are there any other members of the public who'd like to speak? Please go ahead.
Hello. I live actually just down the street from Keith. I've only been in this neighborhood for 4 years. Hello? You hear me now? Okay. I live down the street from Keith. I've been here only 4 years, but I see this project has come and gone a couple times. It seems like it's in a bit of a pickle because it has this low income housing. Apparently we can't object to the density, and we also can't object to the height. The only thing we're allowed to object to is the safety. So the only real alternative we're discussing here is there a safety issue or not? I'm kind of disappointed that it's come down to that. That's the only object we can address. But since we have to address that, yes, there is a safety issue at this intersection, and many people know that intersection very well, and adding these extra units, these extra parking, is raising the threshold, the danger. And I don't know how well the traffic studies have captured that. My impression is that they have not, that they basically limited the scope of time they've looked at in recent years, or they've limited the geographical area. If you want grounds to pass it, you can use the limited traffic studies and proceed with the project. If you're interested perhaps in doing more studies, you can expand the traffic studies to basically include the areas where there have been fatalities and expand the duration of the data that you're looking into. Anyway, thank you very much for listening to me. Bye.
Thank you. Is there another speaker? Please go ahead.
Yes. My name is Ahmad Ahmadi, and I live off Hoven Avenue. Many negative aspects of this project has been already addressed, and there are many more issues to be really concerned about it. But I'd like to summarize it. I believe this project, it is a recipe for disaster. That's it. Beside all the problem that we have with the parking shortage, traffic congestion, jaywalker, that God forbid they could be hit by the car as has happened in the past, and also potential of many accidents because of the proximity of this project. One issue has not been talked too much about it, and that's emergency evacuation. I know city officials have told us that they have considered everything and planned everything right. But this project reminds me of a documentary I saw about the city of Paradise fire, which on that 80-some people lost their life. I'm sure their official had emergency evacuation plan too. So I respectfully urging our honorable member of the City Council to reject this project as is and send it back to be modified with safety of the resident of this project as well as everyone in the surrounding communities in mind. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Are there any other members of the public who'd like to speak? Seeing none, we're going to close the public hearing. But I will then, oh, I'm sorry, we're not closing the public hearing yet. Forget that I banged the gavel. We got to do the opportunity for rebuttal for both applicant and appellant. Does the applicant wish to, the applicant has 3 minutes to speak if they desire. Is the applicant, any members of the applicant team here? Katie, if you wish, you can make your way to the podium and you have 3 minutes to address any of the public comments that you heard. And then after that, the appellant team will also have 3 minutes to rebut.
Okay,
Katie, go ahead.
Again, my name is Katie Miranda, and I want to express that we are not opposing the entire project. We are appealing this decision for the safety purposes of all residents of Santa Rosa who utilize Hohen Avenue. This also goes to all of the visitors that are going to Spring Lake, the cyclists who use Howarth Park in Spring Lake, the dog walkers, etc. In addition, with no current visitor parking, that does mean that people will be utilizing those spaces on Hohen Avenue. May I please remind the members, the council members, and the mayor that there is a post-acute on that street as well? So that's where that CNA person was coming from. She was coming from work. So there is a post-acute where all of those staff members need to park on Hohen. So the availability of these parking spaces that the developer has suggested is unrealistic. I want to make sure that we also address the fact that Hohen Avenue is a very congested area. If you can imagine having to pull out onto Hohen Avenue take that left to go west and potentially running into one crosswalk and then another crosswalk, people coming from Summerfield turning onto Hohen, what that will look like and how many accidents there will be. We'd like to reinforce the fact, again, we are not opposing the entire project, but there are other options that the city and the developer can do to make sure that that everyone is safe. And that is what our appeal is about. We want to make sure that cyclists can get to Spring Lake and Howarth Park. We want to make sure our kids can get to school. We want to make sure that that grandparents coming to visit their families at this new proposed project have somewhere to park that is safe for them. There is no on-site parking unless you lease it from the developer. That does mean that everyone's going to overflow. Even if there were 50 available spots on Hohen Avenue, there's still not adequate parking for all of the residents. The average household has 2 cars. What does a 4-bedroom apartment potentially have? How many? How many cars would that apartment have? We are also trying to make sure that the city, please realize, it's a safety issue. It is plain and simple, just keep Santa Rosa safe.
Thank you, Katie, and thank you to the applicant team. Do we have any members of the appellant team who would like to speak? Or, I'm sorry, I got that back. Thank you, Katie, and the applicant team. I reversed them. What am I doing? So apologies, folks. We've been at this for 5 hours now. All right, so the applicant just spoke, or the appellant just spoke. Is the applicant team here, or any members of the applicant team wish to speak? There we go. I finally got it right. Thanks to everyone for their patience.
I think the only thing that I would add at this point, I have certainly heard your concerns about traffic. We have spent 5 years plus working with every city department. We have changed the design. Our original design actually was to exit onto Summerfield, also to have 2 entrances, but city staff didn't feel that was in the best interest of the city, so we redesigned it again in order to get what you have. So what we have here is a project that has been looked at by every relevant department in the city. We have had input. We have changed the design time after time after time after time. And to get to this point where we are now, we've been to public hearings. We have taken comments. We have changed the design. We have worked and worked and worked to get to this middle ground where we are now. We did not maximize our number of units. We tried to balance what can actually work with the low-income units and the market rate income units for a sustainable project that we have done our best to work with everyone involved. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much. Now I will turn back to council. Any questions? All right, let's start with Mr. Alvarez, then Ms. Rogers.
Thank you, Mayor. In regards to the size of this project, what's the minimum parking spaces required by the state?
So when you say by the state, like under the density bonus law?
That is correct.
It is 72.
That would be the maximum or minimum?
That's the minimum requirement by the state, 72. If they use a density bonus parking requirement.
Okay. And if we just looked at the size of the project with all the stipulations from the state, what could the developer get away with? What's the minimum amount of spaces? Because right now, I believe it's 50 spaces?
63.
63 spaces. Could they actually go lower than that number?
So the state would require 72, and they are providing 63. So
Okay.
9 less parking spaces.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Rogers.
Okay. I had a couple of questions. One, on the map, it had EV parking, but that was near what I call the Uber spot and the DoorDash spot, because one of the public commenters brought that up about people needing to park really quickly on Hohen. But I think that there were 2 designated spots for, I say Uber spot and DoorDash, but it said car share and loading.
So they have one space, I think is number 52 on the map. Ingrid can correct me, is for the deliveries and services. So it's for the short term, like services, Uber.
10 minutes. And 53 was also marked as, 53 was also marked as something, is it car share?
Oh, I will ask the architect to explain that. Ingrid?
As part of the parking management.
Ingrid.
So as part of the parking management plan, the applicant proposed that he provide some supplementary methods of getting around to encourage residents to look at reducing the number of cars they were bringing into the project. And one of those is to potentially provide a car share service on site. And so we provided one space for that car share service, and these plans are dated prior to the 2025 building code, which was enacted this year. And there would be an additional number of EV spaces provided should the project move forward into construction permitting. But the EV indicates spaces which are designated for electric cars, and it makes sense to make a EV space from a car share space.
You said it makes sense to make
yes,
an EV space a car share space? A car share space is like Uber, right?
Right, and so if there was a car share service provided on the site, then there would be that type of short-term use car provided on the site for resident use.
So it's not like Uber. A car share you're talking about, like in San Francisco, when the complex, everyone shares the same
Yes.
car, so they don't have to own their own car. So
Yes,
it's not like
right.
Uber. And then my other question is, someone made a comment about a parking spot being $1,000.
I don't know where that data came from. We have not published that in any of our documents.
Okay, because I was just thinking, I don't know who would be able to afford the parking. I would have to park on Hohen Avenue. And then that's even more than the spots that are allowed. So just some concerns that I had as far as people dropping off stuff and not being able to load and unload when they have children or someone's older, or they need to access their apartment complex.
That's right. The space that Monette identified is for that type of short-term use.
Perfect. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Benuelos.
Thank you, Mayor. My question was along that line, too. That was the first time I heard about renting parking spaces. Someone also brought up the idea of parking on Summerfield. Is that like something that...
No, there is no parking available on Summerfield.
Not at all?
At all.
I mean, I don't know. I don't remember off the top of my head.
So we restriped Summerfield to provide a buffered bike lane south of Hohen Avenue and for a stretch north of Hohen Avenue. So there's no parking allowed on Summerfield.
Okay. All right. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. McDonald.
Yeah, just for clarification, what we had heard earlier was that the tandem spots were spots for rent. Can we get clarification from the applicant on that?
Should I turn this on? The spaces that are tandem, there are 10, I believe, of the space of the spaces, or 20, I suppose you would say, of the 63 are tandem. And so those are reserved for residents who have 2 cars. They would need to rent both spaces, and residents who have only 1 car would not be permitted to use a tandem space, to discourage the use of garage area for storage. Garage areas are dedicated only for parking spaces.
Okay.
If I could add just real quickly, sorry, council member.
Please. Sorry, I'm looking around. Who's talking to me? Sorry about that. Go ahead.
Sorry about that. Jessica Jones, Deputy Director of Planning. So just to add to the question about a separate cost for parking spaces, our zoning code does allow for what we call unbundled parking, where the cost of the parking unit is separate from the cost of the residential unit. So somebody who is living in a residential unit that may or may not have a car or the need for a parking space would pay less because they don't have that parking space. So I just wanted to add that.
Okay, thank you for the clarification on that. I want to go back for a minute on the emergency in and out exit on Summerfield Road. And I'm not a traffic engineer, so I'm not even going to pretend to be one today on TV. But I think that what I'm hearing is that the city made the decision to not allow that to go in and out, and that the developers even had a plan at one time to allow Summerfield in and out exit. So it does go back to safety, and I don't want to dismiss the concerns of the community on the concern around fire and emergency exits, and the concern around people getting in and out on Hohen Avenue, which I was born at Warwick Hospital, so I'm very familiar of that side of town and have lived on that side of town the last about 10 years. But truthfully, I think when I go back to that, how would the city work with the developer if there was potential for an egress or an entrance, specifically during emergency off of Summerfield Road? If we were to just say during emergencies, is there a way to have that, or do you still have the design? I guess the question is of the applicant as well as the city.
So I wasn't involved in the initial conversations that led to the design decision to not have a driveway on Summerfield Road, so I can't really speak to that, and maybe the applicant can address that question first, and then I could address the traffic safety concerns.
Thank you.
At the pre-application development review, or pre-development application review, the traffic engineers strongly discouraged us from providing a new entrance or exit onto Summerfield Road. Ideally, I mean, one would want to have 2 entrances and exits. And so we explored the possibility of using what appeared to be a common use egress and ingress that already exists to the campus. But as I explained, the ownership rights to that easement the majority is held by one owner, and that didn't work out.
So then as it relates to traffic safety entering or exiting on Summerfield Road, I don't have any objections with that. It's not that it's unsafe to have driveways on Summerfield Road, particularly on this at this parcel, and it's a design decision at this point to just have the driveway on Hohen Avenue. Operationally, the intersection of Hohen and Summerfield operates better without having additional traffic enter from northbound Summerfield.
I've seen specifically like around Sonoma Avenue where they'll have an exit on to Sonoma Avenue, but you can only turn right. But the reason that I think you're concerned about was that going over that kind of divide to be able to go left on Summerfield, then left on Hohen, would there be a potential of having an egress that allowed anyone to just go right on Summerfield so that they would have to then maybe go down to Bethards and go cut across? There's ways to get around through that area, but to have another exit area and an entrance area, because they could go down Summerfield and to pull into that same driveway. Would there be opposition from traffic and engineering on that?
No, it would require further study to see what the impacts would be related to the intersection of Hohen and Summerfield. But I couldn't guess as to what those would be. Again, though, the trips are not high, so probably not very significant, right? We're looking at 19 trips in the morning, peak period, and 20 trips, and that's total in and out in the PMP.
And would there be anything in the density bonus law that would prevent the city from asking us to go back and just see if the applicant, there was a feasibility for them to create another exit on Summerfield?
So we certainly can do that. There's a couple things we need to keep in mind. One, that any redesign would need to demonstrate that it's not going to reduce the total units that they're proposing.
Right.
But we also are challenged with timing of getting this process through. We have already received contact from HCD with concerns about the timeline of this project. So it is likely that we would continue those conversations with HCD if there were further delays.
And just looking, and I'm no architect, so I can't really say, just looking at this on the map, when I'm looking at the parking, it looks to be some of the landscape and design that may be able to open up to what looks like a driveway on this particular slide, which is slide 1 of the site plan. It looks like driveways to me, but maybe it's something else. If you can put slide 1 from the applicant's presentation up. Do you see that? Is that a driveway that I see, not the in and out on Hohen, but it looks like down, and it's a gray area. It looks like a cemented area to me. Up a little bit more, there.
Yeah, that's the adjacent property at the corner. That's a private property.
That's already a building.
It's a separate property's parking lot.
It is parking?
Yes.
Okay, so that's parking, and it goes, is there a driveway that goes out on Summerfield right there?
Well, that is a separate parcel that have its own driveway. And they have the
Okay.
driveway on Summerfield and Hohen Avenue.
And that's the one that they're not allowed to have access to because somebody else owns it?
Correct. And there's also a driveway on the south side, which goes to SAY, or
Okay.
former SAY, yes.
Thank you for the clarification on that, because to me, it looked like part of this entire project, and it isn't. It sounds like it's a separate area. Thank you. So let's see if I go back to my questions. And I heard a question about a potential of a heritage tree. Do we have any heritage trees on this lot? Do we know if there's been any heritage trees that had to go through that permitting process to take those down?
So McNair will go over that, but when there is a project proposed for development, there's a requirement for replacement of the trees. For every 6 inch of the trees being proposed for removal, 2 15-gallon trees needs to be replaced.
Okay.
Okay.
So, hello, I'm James McNair. I'm the arborist that did the initial inventory of all the trees on the site. And there's, in my report, I identified a number of protected species. These would require mitigation if they are removed. Earlier, one Dawn redwood was mentioned, and it's not a rare tree. It's around in the city. I see it often. But anyway, the problem with the site, there was just not enough room to retain any trees and have the correct protection for them, the tree protection zones to eliminate utilities, all this. So the reality was that all the trees had to be designated for removal.
Thank you for the clarification on that. So I don't want to dismiss what I've heard from the community as far as the concerns on traffic on Hohen Avenue. It is very busy all the time. I don't think I've ever gone down Hohen without hitting that light and having to sit there for quite a few minutes. I think that it does create some concerns. But what I'm hearing from staff is that even though there's a high level of concern, a high level of traffic, it wouldn't meet the requirement that we would have to be able to deliver for the state's issue of the density bonus. Is that correct?
Yeah, so really we're looking at substantial evidence, and while we're hearing all the concerns that are being raised, the technical information and evidence that we have indicates that there is not a safety impact. Yeah.
Okay, I appreciate you answering all the questions. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. I'd like to expand on that just a little bit too. The safety impact related to this development is the interaction of the cars coming out of the development with Hohen Avenue. And so the study did look at what we call sight distance, and that was measured and compared to what Caltrans specifies related to how far you could see in each direction as you exit the driveway. Those were found to be adequate. With that said, Councilmember Benuelos had a previous question related to the corridor as well, and so I just wanted to touch on that. The most recent study from WTrans did an analysis on the collision rate, and so I just wanted to expand on that. So the collision rate is based on the number of crashes per million vehicle miles. And so the statewide average for a street like Hohen Avenue is 1.61. It's measured based on the last 5 years of collisions at 0.94. So roughly 50% less. Again, that's per million vehicle miles traveled. And so again, we're talking 227 trips. Which is out and in. So one trip away from this project is 1, and then back is 2. So I just wanted to add some clarification related to that.
That's very helpful. Does the 227 trips only count on people residing there, or does that count for deliveries and other emergency vehicles, access, that type of thing? I think there's a formula for that as well.
Yeah, it is all inclusive of all trips, mail delivery, all of those trips associated with the 50 dwelling units.
Okay, thank you so much. Thanks again for answering all my questions tonight.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from council? All right, let me double check to make sure I do it right this time. Now we are officially closing the public hearing. All right. We do, from council, we've had a lot of discussion tonight. Are there other questions that we want to address, either to staff, the applicant, or the appellant? Mr. Alvarez.
And I'll ask it again, as this has already been asked, but just to reiterate, has there been any new information presented by either commenters from council that merits a reason for us to deny this project, or that you could substantiate as being valid without assumption or bias?
So I'll let Mike speak to this also, but from our perspective, no, there's not been any additional information.
No additional information. If I could add one more thing related to traffic, because I know it's a very popular topic tonight. Traffic safety and traffic throughput are often at odds. And so there are some steps that we could do to Hohen Avenue that would make it a, I'll say, safer street that would drastically impact the amount of delay that the drivers that use Hohen Avenue would experience. Things like removing traffic lanes. For example, we could take one of the lanes, the left turn lane for eastbound Hohen Avenue. There's 2 left turn lanes there. We could take one of those away, provide some refuge for pedestrians. That would make it inherently a safer intersection. It would also increase the delay. So there are some steps that we could take. We could potentially lower the speed limit on Hohen Avenue. Measures that actually provide safe refuge for pedestrians and bicycles, again, by taking away traffic lanes. would make it safer. But this project does not relate to any of those improvements that we could make.
Thank you. Other questions? All right, then what I'm going to do is I'm going to call for a motion and a second, and then we can have final discussion. Mr. Alvarez, would you mind putting a motion on the floor?
Very well, Mayor. I would like to make a motion to adopt Resolution 1 and Resolution 2 as presented by staff.
All right, we have a motion and a second by Ms. Rogers. Any final discussion? Ms. McDonald?
I just want to thank the residents for coming out tonight and voicing concern over your concerns around safety for the people that would be living in the apartments, but also what you've been through as far as the fires go and the concerns that we have on the east side of town that aren't lost on either Mayor Stapp or myself. And so although it sounds like you didn't get anyway, I think we all heard you. We heard from traffic and engineering that there's potential for improvements that we can do on Hohen Avenue to make it safer, even the current condition, which isn't safe. And so I think that I've learned a lot in this process. I learned a lot about state laws and how that will supersede what local jurisdictions even can do, specifically in times like this around housing. And so I thank staff and I thank the legal department, everybody who's done all their work and helping us to understand this better. And I think the project, while it is inclusive of families, has a lot of merit. There's not a lot of opportunities for families to move into housing and go to your great schools on the east side of town. So I think that there is some merit to the project as well, and I don't want to dismiss that, but I think the traffic and the concerns for safety are weighing on me heavily as we make the decision tonight, but also know that we might not have any choices when it comes to the state law. So thank you.
Ms. Rogers.
Sorry, I just want to say, I didn't hear him say that it was not safe. I just heard him say that there are other things that we can do to try to make it safer. And I just want to clarify that because I did not hear him say that it was not safe, just that we can make other modifications on that street, which will indeed impact the residents that live there also. So I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Thanks.
I will chime in to say that again, to thank everyone for coming out tonight and to acknowledge that the concerns that were raised both in the letters and here in person, they're all valid. I'm a runner. I'm running down Hohen and Summerfield regularly. My wife and I are walking our dogs out there. We're becoming a bigger city in Santa Rosa. So over in that part of town, we've had the sideshows, we've had the drag racing. We're having these urban issues. It's not only in our part of town. It's not only in Bennett Valley. Frankly, we're dealing with issues like this throughout the city. It's a consequence of Santa Rosa being bigger than we were. We're growing. We're the 5th largest city in the Bay Area, and we're starting to have problems that we associate more with cities like Santa Clara, or even the San Franciscos and the San Jose's, in terms of the difficulties with parking and the traffic congestion and the crowded streets. And we are catching up in the city, and we have been catching up even before this conversation. I want to commend our TPW department because they've been bringing these issues to us, including our traffic department, showing us how many streets in the city that we can improve, whether it's by putting in new crosswalks, by making our existing crosswalks safer, by doing the traffic calming that we've been doing throughout the city. We are going to continue to watch Hohen and Summerfield because that's a crowded street, and it's going to get to be more crowded as the city's population increases. But just know that it is on the city's radar screen, and it's something that's not specific to Bennett Valley. Santa Rosa is growing up, and we're going to be dealing with this throughout the city. Don't forget, we've got urban growth boundaries. We're not expanding, we're building in, and we're building up. As a little bit of a sweetener, I know it's not much given the way the discussion is going tonight, but do recall that the city is building a brand new large park a block away from this development. I'm sure a lot of you have either volunteered for the Southeast Greenway or followed that project closely. We are beginning our community planning sessions this year. We've got the funding thanks to Sonoma Land Trust. So you're going to have 48 acres all the way from Montgomery High School up into Annandale. And what's the focus in that park? It's bike and pedestrian lanes, right? We want to get our kids and our residents off of Hohen over in the Southeast Greenway for that, what's going to be just a gorgeous new park. So for those of you who are dealing with the frustration on this development, know that, remember what's happening a block away and the great things that that's going to do for the entire, for that entire neighborhood and for the rest of the city. So I'll leave you with that. Are there any final comments from the dais? All right, we've got a motion and a second on the floor. Madam City Clerk, if there's no further discussion, I think we can call the vote.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Rogers?
Aye.
Councilmember MacDonald?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming?
Yes.
Councilmember Banuelos?
Yes.
Councilmember Alvarez?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Okrepke?
Aye.
Mayor Stepp?
Yes.
Let the record show this passes with 7 affirmative votes.
Thank you. And again, thanks to all the community members who came out tonight and sat through a long discussion. And if anybody's interested in staying, we do have a second public hearing on the books. Let me advertise that right now. It's our first 2026 general plan amendment package. There are seats down here in the front. Miss Nicholson, are you ready for more fun? All right, we've got folks clearing out. Thank you again, everyone. It looks like it's raining hard. Drive safely on your way home. All right, Miss Mickelson, whenever you're ready, and Miss Jones, whenever you're ready, let's go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor and Council members. Amy Nicholson, Supervising Planner, presenting the first general plan amendment package of this calendar year.
Sorry to interrupt, Amy. If we can just, if you're exiting, can you please wait to have your conversations outside? We still have other items that we need to get to. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And in the interest of time, I will go through this quickly, and of course, I'm happy to answer any questions. So the project before you consists of general plan amendments, so to both the land use diagram as well as to the text of the General Plan 2050. There is also an ordinance before you which would rezone 10 properties to be consistent with the proposed land use designations, and also a resolution which would adopt the required environmental document under the California Environmental Quality Act. So the council adopted the city's General Plan 2050 in June. That was followed by the council's adoption of the city's active transportation plan just about a month later. And then in fall of last year, planning staff brought forward the general plan implementation item, which consisted of quite a bit of material. One of the main focuses of that item, however, was to ensure that zoning and land use were consistent. And in many cases, the focus was to resolve pre-existing or inconsistencies that preceded the General Plan 2050. So you may recall through that process, we did send notices to affected property owners and heard from several who came to the council meeting. And the bulk of the item before you this evening is really to address those land use concerns that were raised and to resolve them by way of general plan land use amendments. So just as a refresher, this is the city's general plan land use diagram, which establishes land use for every property within the city's urban growth boundary. I'm going to start by going over the land use changes based on public feedback that was received. This first example is just east of Memorial Hospital. In this particular case, the properties that are surrounded by orange have been designated as office dating back to the at least the 1970s, but the area has been developed as a single-family neighborhood since the 1940s. So staff is recommending, and the Planning Commission is as well, that the land use here be changed to low-density residential. This would allow the existing zoning to remain and reflects the existing development of the area. This slide shows two properties on Mountain Hawk Drive fronting Highway 12. These two sites have been developed as a mixed-use center since 2006. The general plan land use is very low-density residential, and staff is recommending a change to retail and business services and medium-density residential. So this is a common combination of land uses applied to mixed-use areas and is consistent with the existing zoning of neighborhood commercial. This property on Giffen Avenue has been developed as a single-family residence since 1939. The existing general plan land use is low-density residential, and the property owner is interested in being able to have some type of limited animal keeping as well as agricultural use. And for that reason, staff is recommending that the zoning that exists now remain and that the general plan land use be changed to very low density residential. And that's acceptable just given the mix of land uses in this general area and the fact that it could change if requested at a date in the future. This property is located on Janet Way, so this is just north of the Southeast Greenway. This particular property, and it's hard to see, it has a star on it, is owned by the same individual who owns the property directly north. For some reason, this property doesn't have a general plan land use designation, and this property owner is interested in potentially constructing missing middle housing or an accessory dwelling unit. And so staff is recommending the application of a land use designation to this parcel that would be medium density residential, which would align with the surrounding properties, and then also the application of the consistent zoning. This slide shows 7 properties that are located off of Maxwell Drive. So this is just west of the Smart Rail and within the boundaries of the downtown station area specific plan. This currently has a Bodine asphalt plant on it. This area received a lot of attention as part of the downtown station area specific plan update. It was identified as an opportunity site where there was a desire to see change in this area and residential development as well as other supporting type uses. Staff is recommending a change here from the neighborhood mixed use designation to the maker mixed use designation. There would be no change in the allowed residential development in this case, but neighborhood mixed use is much more limiting in terms of commercial and very light industrial type land uses. And given the surrounding properties, staff finds that this would be a more compatible. And then this last example here was inadvertently left out of the general plan 2050. You may recall that the general plan is focused on establishing neighborhood centers throughout the city and activating some of our major streets. This particular site, it's a little hard to see, is outlined in orange with the yellow star. So it's comprised of both 80 and 100 Sebastopol Road, formerly the site of Roseland University Prep and now home to Matote Food Park. There is a request to apply the retail and business services land use to the existing medium density residential and light industry land uses to provide for commercial activation of this area. And then there would also be a need to apply the neighborhood commercial zoning to be consistent with the land use change. So that concludes the land use changes that are included in the general plan resolution before the council. This next set of slides just summarizes the one text change that is being proposed at this time. The general plan has what's called a circulation element. So this is really focused on how people move around the city through multiple modes. As I mentioned earlier, the council adopted our active transportation plan just 1 month after the general plan was adopted. And so in order to ensure that those documents are speaking to one another, staff is recommending the inclusion of active transportation maps into the city's general plan, just for ease of reference for staff and community members and developers. The ordinance before you only includes 10 properties because in many cases, zoning does not need to change to be consistent with the general plan land use. And then the resolution 1 that's before you, so that is to adopt an addendum to the city's general plan environmental impact report. What this addendum shows is that the project outlined this evening would not result in any additional environmental impacts outside of what was identified in the general plan EIR. This item was noticed in accordance with the zoning code and state law requirements. And with that, the Planning Commission and Planning and Economic Development Department recommends that the council adopt an addendum to the general plan EIR, adopt amendments to the land use diagram and text of the general plan 2050, as well as to the downtown station area specific plan land use figure, and approve the first reading and introduce an ordinance to adopt zoning map amendments for consistency with proposed general plan land uses. And happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Well, I, for one, have gotten a second wind. I'm ready to get into this. Who else? Ms. Fleming, let's kick it off with you.
No to the getting all into it, but just let's get it done so that everyone, especially our staff who we value so much, can get home to their families. Amy, I know you and I, or Jessica, we spoke about this earlier today. I just wanted to ask where the appropriate place is for additional cleanup, specifically around the active transportation plan and the Lomitas cut through that's on that plan.
Yes, thank you, Councilmember. Great question. So yes, if there are desired changes to the maps in the active transportation plan, and in particular any specific segments, as you mentioned, the best way to do that is to provide direction to staff to review the active transportation plan to identify if changes need to be made, and then an item would come before council for first an amendment to the active transportation plan, and then alongside that, an amendment to the general plan to reflect those changes.
Okay, I know it's a little bit outside of the scope of the suggestions tonight, but I thought this was the best venue to initiate that change. I think that was made an error, not a staff error, but just an error that we should clean up. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McDonald.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I have a specific question on slide number 7. Where I just want to make sure that I'm understanding this. It says, developed as mixed-use center in conjunction with Skyhawk residential subdivision in 2006. And then it says, general plan amendment, very low density residential to retail and business services with medium density residential. What would that mean?
Thank you for the question. The retail and business services land use is one of the most common commercial land uses that is applied throughout the city, so it allows for a range of different retail type uses and services. It does not allow for industrial type uses at all, so it's really focused on retail and services. The medium density residential land use allows a higher residential density than the existing very low density residential development. It's getting late, and so I want to make sure I'm remembering. I'm nearly certain, and Ms. Jones will correct me if I'm wrong, it allows between 8 and 18 units per acre. And so it's very common throughout the city that you'll see those two land uses combined, and that is consistent with the neighborhood commercial zoning that the site already has. So it can allow either or. and a combination thereof. And so the particular example here, the way it's developed is essentially as a mixed-use site, and so this is the land use that is most consistent with what's on the ground.
So I'll just add, everything that Amy mentioned is accurate, but just to add on to that, we typically do see this mix of, we call it the striped general plan land use. It's typically with the medium density residential and retail business services in our mixed use areas. And so the proposed change here would reflect both the existing zoning for the site, neighborhood commercial, as well as the existing mixed use structure that is already constructed on site.
Okay, I think that answers my question. Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions from council? All right, then, let's officially open the public hearing. Ken, Fred, which one of you wants to be first? Ken, you've got the mic.
I beat him up here. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, staff, council members. Ken McNabb, KMAC Advising, representing the owner of the Maxwell Drive properties that are part of your amendment package tonight. We have reviewed the proposed land use changes. We agree with staff that the maker mixed use is a more appropriate designation, and it also provides a greater range and flexibility in non-residential uses allowed. So we support the recommended changes and ask you to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken. Fred?
Well, I don't have any bones to pick about the changes that are recommended here, but I would like to make a comment on land use compatibility, especially in light of zoning and land use compatibility in light of the previous agenda item. And then I saw that down on College Avenue, you have the asphalt plant. That's where Sonoma Paint Center is, or Benjamin Moore is. And so I saw there was a lot of zoning down there that didn't seem like it was compatible. It was different. And so I'd like to encourage the city to be flexible in the idea of compatibility going forward in terms of east side, northeast and southeast quadrant zoning and general plan changes to the land use, because if you look down along Santa Rosa Avenue and along the freeway, you have all kind of really spicy variety of land use right next to each other. But then when you come into the east side and look at compatibility, then you want people who don't want any change at all. So as Mark pointed out with the urban growth boundary, it's sort of like a pressure cooker. And if you're going to add thousands of new units, then the compatibility issue is going to come up, and it's really only fair that kind of variety of compatibility gets spread all over town, rather than you have the kind of disjunct land uses that you see along the Highway 101 corridor and Santa Rosa Avenue. But then if you want to put those same kind of uses on Hohen or on Highway 12 or on Mission or whatever, then it's like World War III. So I just wanted to encourage you to be flexible about that idea of compatibility, and so that it's fair around town.
Fred, thank you. All right. Since there are no other members of the public here, we will close the public hearing and bring it back for a motion and from Ms. Benuelos, and then a second.
Thank you. I move to adopt Resolution 1 and Resolution 2 and introduce ordinance as presented by staff.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second by the Vice Mayor. Any final discussion from council? A little disappointed in the lack of energy here at the end, but all right. We have a motion and a second. You may call the vote whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Rogers? Councilmember MacDonald?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming?
Yes.
Councilmember Benuelos?
Yes.
Councilmember Alvarez?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Okrepke?
Aye.
Mayor Stepp?
Yes.
Let the record show this passes unanimously.
Thank you for that. All right, we'll go to our final public conduct on non-agenda matters. Ken, are you really going to the door? This is your last chance. All right, well, there's no members of the public here. We are officially adjourned. Thank you, everyone. And thank you, Amy and Jessica. Thanks for getting us through that.